to the party, but I can't forget you because I'm still broken hearted. And if I could feel getting back, getting back.
Someone's told me I have.
Oh, okay. Otherwise, I have to bludger right up the tombs. Mary informs me that we're getting a bit of bleating for not looking for movers and seconders on Zoom. Yeah, I know. I'm not apologising for worrying about whether people get in the minute
And
tweeting and seconding.
I'm looking at some, and we picked up all a couple of times. No, that's bullshit.
No, we picked up proposals of motions, so remit movers, etc. Anyway, I'm going to go and get rid of my key. We'll have bell ringing lessons before the next conference.
Did you see Clive's email that he wants to
his statement. What
Yeah,
is it?
just doing what? Just wants to agree to discuss.
Okay. What in relation to which topic? Something he said as president. Ah. Yeah, okay, that's right.
Take the microphone, put it on, and Daniel's going to do a door prize as well.
Ding ding dong. It should be a good morning for all. If we
That'll
can
cure the heat, Mr. Brown.
if we can cure the Zoom chatter and bring Zoom up, we are now in session. If I could invite Daniel, please. I believe there is a microphone runner beside you, and oh, I woke him up good and proper, didn't I? Yeah, some of them needed it, I have to say. You would think with our lovely early night you'd be all refreshed and raring to go. What early night? Yeah, okay, right.
Good morning, people.
Going to the back, Daniel, please, karakia to settle this lot down for me, please.
Mr. President, has Auckland joined us?
They have. We have our Zoomies, not just Aucklanders. You don't have to live in Auckland to be on Zoom.
There's just a couple of people I need to thank and congratulate. I mightn't last the morning out. I might either fall down or get kicked out. Yeah.
We think the microphone's quite close enough to you, Daniel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you see me from there?
I don't think the camera's going to get you, sorry.
Oh, good.
Yeah, so just the microphone, which would be great if you used a little bit closer.
Yeah. It's Clive. Clive, are you there, Clive?
Yes, he is.
Yes, I'm here.
First of all, people, I'd like to thank Clive for introducing the Krakia into this organisation. Are you there, Te Wai?
I did see Tiwai logged in. She just may not have heard you.
Oh, hello. Te
Oh,
Wai
there she is.
here.
She is.
Morning. Congratulations for getting on this board. And
Thank you.
and I hope you're still the woman you were when you were with Ngāti Hapo. This outfit's in trouble. Good. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So we get on with it. Ino e tata. E pā ko tai mai no mātou ki roto I tēnei whare I meinga mai mo mātou te tangata. Ko tai mai no mātou ki kona iki te whiriwhiri I ngā take, ngā tikanga e pāna ki tēnei whānau. Te whānau o ngā kāpō ao te roa. E mihi e te hoki tēnei ki ngā hunga e manaki ngā mai nei I a mātou te kāpō. Kia ki te mātou e peha ana te haere o a mātou mai. E pā, manaki ngia mai mātou katoa I roto I tēnei whare I ringo I te ingo tō tama I Ukraiti. Gentlemen, it took me, gentlemen, I'm 81 years old and I vowed at the age of 7 that I'll get the English language perfect. So you've had 81 years to do the same. Thank you. To learn my language. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Daniel. There's a bucket in the hand of your microphone runner that I need you to put your hand in and grab one bit of paper out, please. Because before we start the roll call, we're going to do a door prize. There's a little gift platter from Southland. And of course, this is the Did You Get Up on Sunday Morning door prize. Did he seriously pick himself?
Can you read it out, please, Georgia?
Carolyn Pete.
Oh,
And Carolyn is there.
Waving madly. Good stuff. Thank you.
Big smiles.
Thank you. Hi, it's Martinia. When do I get mine that was drawn on Friday?
When you're on the call at the time.
you will.
I was on the call at the time.
Yeah. Thank you. We will somehow get through a roll call without too many interjections. Right, which way are we going? We'll go to the Zoom people first, seeing as how they're already so keen. Martine, do you want to introduce yourself?
I'll go mute, currently on mute.
Morning, everybody. Martina Williamson, Auckland.
Yeah, gabble gabble.
Right, then we go to Owen Palamountain.
Abusing me. I'm just introducing myself.
Yes, Owen, Palamountain, Wellington.
Alan Little.
Yep, I'm here. I think I'm being heard. Alan Little from Levin.
Thanks, Alan. Vaughan Dodd.
Vaughan from Auckland.
Then we have RJ. You're right, RJ, to say good morning to everyone.
Yeah. Hi, I'm RJ Greer from Tauranga.
Clive.
Good, everybody. Clive Lansing, Tamaki Makaurau.
Paul.
Kia ora, Paul Brown here in Piriti o Mangere in Tamaki Makaurau.
Fraser.
Kia ora koutou, Fraser Alexander, Tamaki Makaurau.
Catherine.
Hi there, it's Catherine here from Auckland.
Carolyn Pete.
Kia ora, it's Carolyn Peach from Onehunga in Tamaki Makaurau, and Martine, I'll use that money to spend when I can come round and visit you guys.
Maria Stevens.
From Tamaki Makaurau.
Right. Is Shah with Maria? Yep.
Morena, everybody. Charlene Tongalia, Tamaki Makoto Brunt.
Lena? Are you there, Lena? Yeah. Okay. Well,
Yes, I'm here.
you are
Sorry,
there,
can you hear
Lena?
me?
Yeah.
Sorry, good morning, everyone. Lena from Auckland.
Mara?
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Mara Killand from Mount Wellington in Tamaki Makaurau, since we're doing suburbs.
Wendy?
Morning. Sorry, not quite awake.
Not a morning person, Wendy.
From Auckland. No.
Latoa? You there, La?
Morena, ngā mihi atu kia tātou, ngā toa halatau from Tamaki Makaurau.
Judy?
Judy Small, RNCDB Board Chair and from Kirikiri, Roa, Hamilton.
Okay. And as we introduce Gary Adler this morning, just a big thumbs up, I think, for Gary, who's joining us all way ahead of our 9 o'clock time frame. Gary.
You're so right, Rose. It is a bit early on a Sunday. Kia ora, Gary Adler in Melbourne.
Hey, Gary. It's Jonathan
Yes.
speaking. Do you know that New Zealand's 10 years behind the rest of the world? But we're
I
still
never
2
knew
hours
that.
ahead of Australia.
That's right. Someone once said that at a conference, and I can't remember where it was, but yes, that's always been the standing joke, I think.
Okay. Tuai.
Kia ora koutou, te wai halatau from Maungawhau in Tamaki Makaurau.
Robert.
Kia ora tātou, ko Robert Greenberg tōku ingoa I Tamaki Makaurau ahau.
Don McKenzie. Are you there, Don? Don may still be getting himself set up. We'll come back to Don. I'm going to aim for Geraldine Glanville.
Good morning, everybody. Geraldine Glanville from Tamaki Makaurau.
John Puhara. Bev
Kia
Duncan.
ora.
Are you there, John? Thank you.
Sorry, kia ora, John Puhara from Onehunga, and life member and from Tamaki Makaurau. Kia ora.
Okay. Do we have Bev Duncan online? Okay. We'll go to Don McKenzie.
Kia ora tātou, Don McKenzie. Looking forward to a positive morning.
So we're just playing a little bit of catch up with people who have recently joined. I'll go to Paula Waby. Are you there, Paula? Oh. We'll come back to Paula. Sina.
Hi everyone, this is Sina here from Tamaki Makaurau.
Right, we'll
She's
try.
on unmute.
Now we'll try for Paula Waby.
It won't let me unmute, Dave. What do I try?
We're hearing you, Paula. We're hearing you.
Oh, how come you didn't hear me before?
Well, because you must have been muted before, but now we can hear you.
I said I wasn't muted. Anyway, Paula Waby, Aurupuri, Dunedin, and I'm not a morning person either, but I'm here.
Right.
I'm
David
Allen from Aurupuri. Kia ora.
Right, now there is somebody that we haven't got who is online. Mary.
Morena, everyone. Mary Schnackenberg, Remuera, Tamaki Makaurau.
Is there anyone who thinks they've been left out on Zoom?
I think Don might be here now.
If you're talking about John Puhara, we had him.
No, we've got Don.
Don? Yeah.
Don, we've done. No, we did get John. Thank you, Don.
Yeah.
We've had Don.
Yeah,
Yes,
we
no,
had all
we've
them.
no. Don was just saying that he thought John was here.
Yeah.
We're letting Don know
Yeah.
that John did connect with everyone.
Yeah, that's right.
Right. Okay. So we think we've got everyone on the Zoom room. Let's go to the room.
Kia ora everyone, Andrea Courtney from Waihopai, Southland.
Morena, Kylie Maloney from Palmerston North.
George, microphone.
George Taggart here from Wellington.
Alan Jones here from Wellington.
Christy Fern from Kawatiri Bulla.
That's great.
Karen Wilson from Nelson.
Roger Curry, Nelson.
Sean Johnson, still a board member from Wellington. Only just a board member though.
Kia ora, Vic West, branch representative. Mary Hiku from Southland.
Tony Weston in Pekako.
Morena, Carolyn Weston from Waihopai, Southland.
Kia ora, Thomas Bryan from Lyle Bay, Wellington.
Hi there, Patrick Boyd from Wellington.
Good morning, Janet Palmer, Wellington.
Jane Mahaffey from Pinehaven Upper Hutt.
Carl Halliburton, Chair Wellington Branch, also from Pinehaven Upper Hutt to be more specific.
Kevin Fisher, Vic's helper from Christchurch.
Dave Cooling from Wanganui.
Well, good morning, everybody. Just to let you know that the New Zealand basketball team, netball team, and the New Zealand men's netball team shared this accommodation with us. Doug Johnston from Paraparamu.
I think the Silver Ferns were here actually, Doug. That would be the woman, and Putty and I played the Can you remember what colour every rugby union in this country wears? And I think in the end, Putty, you might have had to ask, right? So Mid Canterbury was also staying here overnight. So yeah, hotel's been full of stars.
Good morning.
And the Silver Ferns too. Yeah. They must have won, right? Next, please.
Good morning, all. My name's Melanie Polka from the Rotorua branch.
John Williams, Chair, Rotorua.
Francie Tumi, Whanganui.
Tēnā koutou, Joseph Tumi, Whanganui.
Halite Phillips from Rotorua.
Daniel Phillips from Mokere Falls, capital of Rotorua City.
Georgia Osmond from Masterton.
It's Putty here from Wellington.
Morena, everyone. Rose Wilkinson from Wellington.
Back to me.
Mm-hmm.
Which is me. And I have to realise I'm sitting here going, I never introduced myself this entire weekend apart from to call you lot to order. It's Jonathan Godfrey here. I hail from Papioia, Palmerston North. So, thank you all for making it this morning. We first, Clive, you've asked to make a statement. If we can come to Clive, please.
Kia ora. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to correct the record on something I said yesterday. In 1989, I referred to bringing Judy Dixon down to conference. It was actually Scott Marshall. Judy Dixon put us in touch with two people in the United States. We interviewed them both by telephone, and there was a clear consensus to bring Scott Marshall down and Bill Jolly. And they both, Bill Jolly from Australia, they both stayed with us that weekend. But it wasn't Judy Dixon who came down to conference in 1989. It was Scott Marshall.
We have some extra apologies relevant for today. Rose?
Yep. Thanks, Jonathan. It's Rose here. Just specifically for today, we have apologies from Pauline Malham and Amanda Stevens.
Gary is here too. I did raise my hand, but I don't think it got seen.
Yeah,
It's Rose here. I've just this moment seen it, Martine, so thank you.
is Gary going to use his voice or yours? Morning, Gary. Is he coming? Maybe not.
Talk now.
Sorry, morning everybody. I was in the kitchen.
Good.
In the morning too.
Again in the kitchen.
Where he belongs.
Do you want that minuted? Right. Thank you, everyone. I need to know when Chrissy's coming back in. We are going to move to the attachment that is our representative reports. So this would be item 7.5, attachment B for Bob, apparently. The first one is the Accessible Books Consortium. Our representative is Martine Abel-Williamson. Has anyone got any questions for Martine? Nothing on Zoom, nothing in the room. Vaughan, the last minute, Vaughan. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. I couldn't work out from the report what part blind, low vision, etc. is playing in this consortium, because it does seem that under previous leadership within blind, low vision's library services specifically, there was considerable enthusiasm for strengthening BLVNZ's involvement with the consortium, but and making sure that came down to ordinary borrowers of books here in New Zealand. But I'm not sure that I can say so with as much certainty now. So can anyone update what is happening here in New Zealand?
I can do so. It's Martine.
Go ahead.
Now the Blind Low Vision was never a part of the consortium board, but they worked behind the scenes about the catalogue, and especially when Geraldine Lewis was still with Blind Low Vision, she was a very staunch, proposer of working together and forging relationships and whatever. At the time that, in previous reports, Blind Low Vision accepted me updating them when I updated them about WBU matters, but recently I got asked by the CEO that I do not need to provide them any updates.
Thank you, Martine.
She's at the end of the attachment, not in between. Yeah. The next is Banzat. Lena Coleman is our representative. Did anyone have any questions for Lena about Banzat? Nothing on Zoom. Nothing in the room. Thank you, Lena. Workbridge is next for Chrissy Fern. Yep, what? Got a who? No one in the Zoom, no one in the room. Moving to the World Blind Union report, there are 2 delegates at the moment coming from Blind Citizens New Zealand, being Paula Waby and Thomas Bryan. Any questions for the WBU report?
Mr. President, it's Alan here from Levin. I would just like to, not by way of question, I would like to actually compliment the incumbents on their diligent attendance to the necessities of the organisation, especially stepping forward and taking up the role in the sort of turbulence they've had to be active within the past year. I really am inspired to have the leadership that we've got, with Martine now as our World Blind Union representative. I think it's important that we as a community are particularly proactive when it comes to sharing the kaupapa of the organisation. And I just want to sort of thank them publicly and acknowledge their contribution. Thank you, Jonathan.
All right, thank you, Alan. No one else? Someone to move that we receive. Thomas, are you moving or are you wanting speaking? Oh, well, we'll give you a microphone, and while you're there, move, please.
Hi, it's Thomas here. I think what I would say is that...
You're supposed to hit me, not the microphone.
Okay. Well, I'm not close enough to do that. What I would say is that
I don't think it's who I was talking to.
I've been to a few World Blind Union events before. Mongolia was the last one with both Martine, Paula was there, Judy was there, and myself. And I think what I took out of the last assembly was there were so many more people engaged with it being online. And I think that's something that we really need to look at more so in New Zealand, how we engage, not excluding people by just having everything online, because there weren't everyone wasn't online. There were a group of people who still attended as well. But what I found was that the voting system was extremely fully accessible. The interface was accessible, and I think there is a lot that we could learn from what WB did at that assembly. There were some key messages that hopefully people have picked up on there, that yes, technology, whether we like it or not, is going to be a driving force moving forward. We need to equip ourselves and advocate more for training, access to equipment, and access to the internet. The internet now is a right. It's not it's a nice to have, it's a right, and we need to make sure that no one is left behind. And so I'm happy to move the report.
Thank you, Thomas. Looking for a seconder? No one on Zoom indicating?
I would second it, Jonathan. Alan?
Alan, we are looking at the screen for people waving and indicating, as we would be looking at the room for hands raised, as well as voices. So if people are on mute and you want to be doing it, there's a good chance if you wave, you'll be picked up. So that's moved Thomas to receive all of the representative reports for national appointees. Seconded, Alan. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Good stuff. Thank you, Zumi.
I just need to check. Alan Little, it's Rose here. Are you meaning to have your hand up for a reason?
Because Jonathan mentioned that I didn't have it up, I opened the thing up. So
okay.
I thought I had it. Sorry.
But you're finished now.
Good.
Yes, thanks.
Okay, thank you, Alan.
Yeah. Good stuff. We'll get there in the end. Right. So I'm now going to invite the Resolutions Committee convener, Chrissy Fern, to offer some feedback to us, please. Are we ready?
Yes, we're ready.
Take it away, Chrissy, in your way.
Excuse me.
frog in the throat. Yeah, I'm just about ready, just getting my place on my computer screen. The Resolutions Committee met for 2 half-hour sessions over the last day and a half. I'd just like, and this is what we agreed that I as convener would bring back on their behalf to the meeting. First of all, we felt we were a bit unsure and needed some clarification on what the AGM wanted from the Resolutions Committee, but we did come to some agreed statements. We wanted to point out that for clarification that in the remit, the issue of the braille paper costs, braille paper was used as an example. Then the 2 main issues we felt were equipment services changing prices on essential everyday life needs, and the Pearson Fund significantly decreasing the subsidy to assist members in accessing essential equipment for all blind people. We felt that it should be left as one remit. In our second discussion, before our second discussion, we received some factual information and a recommendation from Rick Hoskin, which helped clarify some matters that were a bit confusing from the remit to do with the Pearson Fund. So bear with me 1 second while and we felt that this was information that wasn't available to the meeting and could be useful in everyone making a decision, and we wanted to share it with everyone and not just make a decision in the Resolutions Committee based on that. So this is the information from Rick Hoskin. I believe that the 3 points requested of BLVNZ in the remit do not hit the mark in respect of understanding BLVNZ equipment pricing and in particular Pearson Fund subsidies. The RNZFB Board, as trustees of the Sir Arthur Pearson Memorial Trust Fund, is responsible to blind folk in New Zealand through its trust deed. This is a fund of last resort which, given financial aid to those who struggle to afford items of equipment that ameliorates the impact of blindness. Though day-to-day running of the trust is delegated to the Chief Executive and management, it is the responsibility of the RNZFB Board to ensure that the fund is being administered appropriately and correctly. The Working Committee of the Pearson Fund meets monthly and the RNZFB Board is represented on that committee. However, the agenda of those meetings generally does not include any detail of alterations to the subsidies. Unless an RNZFB director sitting on the Pearson Fund Committee raises any matter in respect of the Pearson Fund, the RNZFB Board would only consider the activities of the fund at an annual meeting of the trustees. To my mind, this is not enough of the overview the trust deserves. Until 2020, the Pearson Fund had a designated administrator to report on the fund's activities. This responsibility has now been taken over by the Equipment Solutions Manager. Finally, the capital in the fund is not able to be reduced, and I successfully asked the board to increase that capital from $3 million to $4 million a few years ago. Additionally, the income from the fund should come from an RNZFB board decision, which ensures that the interest applied to the fund does not decrease below 4%. There is little to be gained from not using the income generated by the fund, as it has to remain in the fund. Therefore, in addition to the request for the price and subsidy of braille paper to be reviewed, I would request that this remit be added to by the following. Number 1, the RNZFB Board undertakes a review of any Pearson Fund subsidy changes that have occurred in the last 24 months. Number 2, that any proposals Any proposals to alter Pearson Fund subsidies are brought to the RNZFB board as trustees of the fund for approval. Number 3, that the RNZFB board seeks assurance that the income generated by the fund does not fall below 4%. End of Rick Hoskins' statement. And that's all the end of what I have to say at this stage.
It's Rose. Sorry, Jonathan, I thought it was quicker to do this. Rick has just joined the meeting.
So, Chrissy, are you asking for feedback on Rick's contribution to help inform your committee to do some more work?
The Resolutions Committee is asking for the meeting to consider Rick's statement, and then to if there is either continue with the remit process in this meeting, or if they need the Resolutions Committee to go back and do some more work on it. But we do need clarification on what the Resolutions Committee is to do.
So, in summary, you found 2 points in the remit worthy of having in a resolution. That being all equipment that is of need to ameliorate blindness, and to do with the changes in subsidy of the Pearson Fund.
Yes.
In addition to that, in Rick's suggestions for what needs to be covered, there is details about necessary oversight, which by Rick's words ought to already have been in the role of the trustees. So it's a call for them, the trustees, to act, not for them to change policy. And Rick also addresses the fact about the subsidies and changes, and how changes ought to be approved. So there's nothing contradictory in Rick's additions or recommendations to what you guys were working on. That's my summary of it, not my direction to everyone. Looking for speakers, please. And, we only have Clive at the moment, and then Dan Phillips. Right, Clive, go ahead, please.
Look, I just wanted to first of all say that as a trustee, I will be abstaining from the vote. But I think the suggestions, the points that Rick are making here is are quite significant, and there's really, I guess, the call is for the board as a whole to have more oversight over particularly a decision like a change in the subsidies. It is true that the fund is a last resort for personal applications, and that is dealt with primarily by the committee. But I think the point that's being made here is that when it comes to the automatic subsidies on equipment, there should be more oversight from the board, from the board as a whole on that.
Don McKenzie's popped up as someone who wishes to speak. That was the people coming through. Don, you're live. Go ahead, please.
Yes, I would have thought this was an internal matter for the RNZFB board. There would seem to be a lack of communication between the trustee of the Pearson Fund, who is presumably a member of the board, and the board chair. And I don't think that this should in any way take away from the primary emphasis that the association is making, that the funding is currently inadequate, and this should have been put right and actually foreseen by the RNZFB board, and in particular the trustee of the Pearson Fund, bringing that to the attention of the board, RNZFB board. I think there are two separate issues here.
So just to correct some of Don's language, all RNZFB board directors are trustees. I think it's two of the directors represent the trustees at the committee. So there is a feedback loop through those representatives back to their full board colleagues.
That's right.
So just to make it clear, who's next? Sorry, Daniel Phillips was in the room. Yes, we'll come to you, Daniel. And then I've got Paul and Carolyn online.
Mr. Chairman, I'm guided by the three girls that were on the committee, and you know the Labour government introduced my format into governorship, Mr. Chairman, in '84. What I did was I offered them an option, and the option was that you keep the whole remit together, like it was split in half, and turn braille paper into equipment, and then it'll be covered under equipment, you see. That's me. Otherwise, take the example that Ministry of Self-Help, or whatever it is, offering the foundation Alexa. And let MSD provide whatever cost extra to the member. Thank you.
Okay. Paul Brown online.
Kia ora. Yeah, I'm struggling a wee bit because I'm not quite sure what the Resolutions Committee is guiding us to do here. And I think we shouldn't lose sight of the original remit, which is that the Sir Arthur Pearson Fund has historically had various subsidies for all blind people that you don't need to make individual applications about, and that particularly for basic items that's really important, and the subsidy is more on essential items such as braille paper. And you know, this remit does talk about, the original remit does use braille paper as an example, and if folk want to strengthen a wee bit other equipment, that's absolutely fine, although it is there in the remit, as the person who put the remit together, it is absolutely there. And I think that we should leave, my feeling is that we should leave the remit pretty much as it is. If Conference wants to have another remit which calls on the RNZFB board to have better oversight of the trust, then I'm in favour of that. But I wouldn't be, and I would support that resolution. But I don't want Rick's points to be an addition to the original remit, because I feel that we lose the purpose of what that original remit was. So I'm in favour, if Conference so wishes, to have two remits. One is the original remit submitted by Auckland, and the other is reworking Rick's points a bit, because we can't make the RNZFB board do anything, but it needs to be written up as that we call on the board to, you know, our board we call on Blind Citizens Board to ask or call on the RNZFB board too. I don't have an issue with that, and I would support, as I say, the resolution, but I think we should have two remits rather than combine it into one.
So that's support for the points brought forward by Rick Hoskin.
It is, but not to go into the original remit.
Yeah, not to blur it with the other thing. That's right. They're additions. They're complementary additions.
Well put, Chair.
Carolyn online.
Yeah, as I understood, the original discussion yesterday was that conference wanted the remit split in two, to have one separate for braille paper and another one for equipment. Now, obviously, because of the comments that Rick has made, it's formed into perhaps now this particular remit staying as is, which I'm perfectly fine with. And I'm like Paul, I'm comfortable with another remit with regards to the Pearson Fund and incorporating Rick's points if necessary.
Just for clarity, people, Rick's contributions would form the basis of a resolution, not a remit. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. Is there anyone wishing to speak in opposition to the idea that the Resolutions Committee will go and take the feedback in support of the additional comments about oversight of the Pearson Fund and the original details of the remit, and put together the right package of resolutions to accommodate our needs? Anyone wanting to speak in opposition or add new content that will inform the committee? Go on. Chrissy?
Just to get this quite clear, we are no longer splitting the remit and the initial remit into two. That's going to stay as one, and we're going to put the points from Rick's statement into a separate resolution. I mean the recommendations that he had.
The clear message that I've got is that the oversight, as raised by Rick's contribution, is important enough to form a resolution of its own, and that you need to deal with the remit somehow. No one's poo-pooed any idea. There's people supporting if it stays as a remit, or being expanded to include all equipment.
Thank you.
We now have hands in the room. It's in this order: George, Alan, Daniel, in the room.
Mr. Chair, I'm a bit puzzled. It seems to me that somehow or another there's a bit of a contradiction from what Rick has suggested, and that is that the board, which is always in all the publicity associated with board membership, this is the foundation board I'm speaking about, there's always been great emphasis on the board is there for governance only. And my understanding is that the Pearson Fund was handed over to to be managed by staff. And now it seems as though Mr. Hoskin is suggesting that the board actually get their hands a wee bit dirty by interfering with the operation of that management group. I'm all in favour of them getting into that sort of stuff myself, but I think it's a bit confusing.
I'm not convinced that it's confusing, George.
All right. Well, that's your opinion too.
What I heard in Mr. Hoskin's contribution is that the board doesn't know what's going on, and therefore they haven't had the governance oversight, and that they needed to have. When they get down to the operating side of things at the committee level, then they are not sitting there as RNZFB directors. So they are sitting there as representatives of the trustees. So, there is a separation of governance and management there still. Did you say Rick was coming? Rick has got his hand up. Right, I don't know, Rick, if you want to respond to that particular point or hold off for a second. An indication would be good. Do you want to speak now, Rick, or a bit later?
Am I with you, Jonathan?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah.
I need to know if you want to respond right now to that particular point. Otherwise, I'll put you in the speaking order.
I can speak at the end if you like.
Okay, at the end is good. Alan?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I just wonder if this does need to go to the Resolutions Committee. I think we've got enough information to actually make a decision now with the information we've got.
Alan, it's not worded in the right form, so they've got to do some wordsmithing.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Yeah. The other thing is, I'd like that dreadful word ameliorate to be taken out.
That's in the trust deed.
Yeah.
Rather unfortunately, we don't get the chance to change the trust deed of the Pearson Fund. It's archaic for a reason. It's an old fund. 1920 something I hear from 1923. The language of 1923 is best left in 1923 in part. Coming to you, Daniel, please.
I understand that the remit was one remit was joined. It was separated braille from equipment. Am I right in understanding that, Mr. President?
I believe there was enough support in the original discussion for the Resolutions Committee to expand it from braille to all essential equipment needed by blind people.
Didn't I say that in my talk first time?
I believe you did, yes.
You see, what I'm reminding, it's reminding me, Mr. President, that the three girls we were working with was floundering like I was when Doug put me on the first Resolutions Committee, and that's why I offered and it was simply said that we return the whole remit back to the conference. Yeah. And start again. And I suggested that perhaps they might like to turn braille into an equipment, which is in right is
point of information.
I'll just wait for you, Paul. Let Daniel finish. Please continue, Daniel.
Actually, Mr. Chairman, I want to hear what he's going to say while I've got the microphone.
If we go back to the resolution, point 1 of the original resolution says the Auckland branch were shocked to learn of the recent fourfold cost of the price of braille paper. Point 2 says the branch is aware of other price rises and changes to equipment sold by BLVNZ Equipment Services. It's, in my opinion, it's there already. You may want to strengthen or add wee bits to some of the stuff at the end because it specifically concentrates on braille in the recommendations, but the remit as currently written picks up the issues of other equipment changes, the price changes.
I think your point is relevant, Paul. The information is there, but in the actual call for action, the equipment is not as prominent as braille. So I
think that's correct. Yes.
Yeah. So if the Resolutions Committee thinks that strengthening the call to action so that it's cohesive is a good idea, then we'll leave it to them to work out over the tea break. I'm looking for anyone who wants to speak in opposition to the Resolutions Committee doing its work, please. Daniel, you were trying to finish, and that's where we're at the moment.
I rest my case.
You rest your case. Thank you. All right, lovely. Is there anyone wanting to speak in opposition to the Resolutions Committee sorting that out for us? They've got some wordsmithing to do and accommodating to do, but there's I'm not hearing any contrary views. And we've still got to hear from Rick and Clive. So Rick, given you know where it's going now, because there's no contrary views being expressed, unless Mr. Lansing does so. Rick, you're first, then Clive.
Jonathan, I'm happy if Clive goes first. Put the thoughts forward. I'd rather hear what Clive has to say and then finish off, if that's okay, please.
Right. People can defer themselves in the order, but yep, fine. Clive?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to just clarify, perhaps, I'm just not sure if I completely heard George in what he said. The current situation is that there is multiple layers of delegation. So you have the full trust board, which is the Blind Low Vision board. Then you have the Pearson Fund subcommittee, which has 2 directors on it, plus some members of staff. Then you have obviously the chief executive delegation, and then the administrator of the Pearson Fund itself. So there's a kind of chain of delegations. It is so decisions are made at various levels depending on the amount of the grant. So if someone is applying for a grant, perhaps to assist with the purchase of an iPhone or computer or something like that, that may not even come to the subcommittee, because there is the delegations down to the lower levels in the organization that can make decisions based on the amount involved. But when it comes to subsidies, there's quite a clear delegation only to the subcommittee to agree on those automatic subsidies. Now, those are not made on the basis of need. They're automatically applied for all members. And so when you buy something from the equipment service, if it's subsidized, you will get that subsidy. The price will be reduced simply because you're a client of Blind Low Vision. Now, that decision is currently delegated to the subcommittee. What I think is being suggested is that the board should have more oversight of that. So just wanted to clarify that I'm not sure if that helps George with his with what he said about I guess the suggestion is that the board is being asked to get their hands more dirty with respect to, but specifically I guess with respect to that decision. Now, Don has made the point about the level of the fund, how much money there is in it. Now, to my knowledge, the issue of changing the subsidies had nothing to do with the actual financial value of the fund. I don't think there's been any suggestion made to the board that the fund is not sufficient to meet the current level of demand. Now, as a director, I'll go and check on that in more detail. The other thing the board has discussed is the 4%, and that still remains. So the board, I think, still has that in place, which is to say, no matter what the interest rates are, currently they're lower, the board effectively subsidizes all the funds it has, so that funds like the Pearson, Oppenheim, etc., all get that minimum of 4%. And the main reason for that is that we don't just get money from interest, we get money from the investment portfolio, etc. But in order to just ensure that those funds get a reasonable income, I think that current minimum of 4% is still there. So if there's a discussion about the actual amount of money in the fund and whether that needs to be increased, I'm not aware as a director. I'd need to go and check, but I'm not aware that has been questioned. But the changes in the subsidies that we're talking about, I think, were not made because the fund is in some kind of financial difficulty. They were made for other reasons, and the subcommittee will know more about that. But that has not been discussed by the full board. So I hope that didn't make it even less clear, Mr. Chairman, but that is as I see it.
Point of information.
Paul.
Can I ask which directors
That's not a
are
point
on
of information, that's a question.
Committee? Okay. Can I ask for clarity on which directors of the RNZFB board are on the Pearson subcommittee?
Shall
I answer that?
That's a good call. And if Clive, you have that information, you
Yeah,
can offer it.
the
But
two directors. Yeah.
To be fair, the RNZFB chair is on the call. So I don't want to stomp on Judy's toes. Judy, if you can wave and say, go ahead, Clive, that's fine. But Clive, go ahead.
I don't care who answers it, Mr. Chair. And I just would like it answered.
I can answer it.
Thank you, Judy.
Thank you, Jonathan. The two directors on the Pearson Fund Committee are Donna McCaskill and John Billings.
Thank you, Judy. That's the point of clarity sought and answered. We are coming to Rick, please. We're still looking for anyone who wants to, who's a contrary view. I'm sorry, I'm not searching hard, but that's all I'm really looking for, so that we can move on, please. Rick, you are the last speaker to my knowledge.
Just a couple of points that I'd like to make. Firstly, around the 4%, I'm glad to hear that that's still in place, and the board should ensure that it's not just notional, that it actually is happening. Secondly, though term deposit rates might be well below 4%, the foundation on average makes more than 7% per year of its investments, and so therefore the 4% is quite low compared with what the rest of the Pearson Fund is making for them. In other words, the $4 million that is there, plus some extra, it was increased by $1 million about 5 years ago, I think we did it. So that $4 million generates 160,000. It could generate, in fact, 7% on average. So that's a first important key thing. The second one is that it is the way that the staff are instructed to expose the Pearson Fund to its members and clients. And that's something that the board of the RNZFB should be keeping a close eye on, that staff are actually letting people know that the fund exists and the purpose of the fund and what can be obtained through that fund. Okay, so those are the two key points that I think that I want to add.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So I think in the discussion, we've eliminated any concerns about the financial position of the fund, and so we don't need to question that in any way, shape or form. And there might be some questions at some point, which I think are already sitting in our policy on equipment about making sure members are informed of what is available. Is existing Blind Citizens New Zealand policy or position. So we don't need to address those explicitly in these resolutions today.
No, I don't. But we don't. But the RNZFB board does actually need to take note of the historical number of people being involved in the fund and see that is not slowly eroding and being decreased.
What I'm saying is that when we get given the job as a board, we go back to all position statements to formulate the proper package when we make that approach. Cool. So the resolutions committee doesn't need to worry about those points. Is all I'm doing. Right. In this order, and I think that's hopefully going to close us off, is Fraser, Doug, and then back to Chrissy. Fraser, online.
Thanks, Jonathan. Yeah, a lot of what I was about to say, Clive and Judy covered off. At our September 3 meeting, we had a set of operating guidelines that talked about the fund administrator's involvement in those kind of things, and there were some minor amendments made to those, but I think there's quite an appetite in the board to making sure that 4% return on the capital is the very lowest that we would apply to applications each year, and I personally would like to see that rise a lot closer to the actual reality of our investment returns. That was all I was going to add, Jonathan. Thank you.
Thank you. We're coming to Doug.
I think we've missed the point completely. We've gone round and round in circles. The point is that people have been told that the price of paper has gone up. We acknowledge that, and it hasn't been we haven't been advised of it. And I think all we need to do here as an association is to advise the foundation, or the whatever they call their names now, that we are disappointed, blind and low vision, that we're disappointed that we were not told that the price had gone up, and can they clarify the situation, please?
So Thomas, I think you wanted to make a contribution. The resolutions committee's probably already got enough of a headache. Thomas, sorry, I've just heard a yes from Chrissy. So Thomas, and then we're
Okay,
coming to Chrissy.
so my comments really aren't for the resolution committee, Chrissy, so don't worry. My comments really are an observation that, and hopefully no disrespect will be taken by RNZFB board members present, that it seems to me this is a significant issue that around subsidies, around equipment. It's a huge kettle of fish, and this is just the top layer of it. And therefore I would hope and would seek some assurance that firstly that it looks like we're putting or the RNZFB board appointing 2 very new people to its board to undertake this work at the Pearson Fund meetings. I would hope that they are being well skilled, well briefed beforehand as to what their role is and what is expected of them. I would really hope to have seen some seasonal board members actually pick up these roles, because it is an important service and an important contribution to making equipment and to putting equipment more easily into the hands of members, whether it's braille paper, whether it's mobile phones, whatever. And I just really am concerned to see that 2 very new board members with little knowledge about some of this in some cases are being sort of dropped in at the deep end, almost like it's only the Pearson Fund Committee. And I know that's not how it's meant, but that's how it could be perceived by some people sitting on the outside. So I think it needs to have a higher priority for the board. Thank you.
Thomas's comments seem to have been inspiring some people to want to contribute to the discussion. I want us to get the starting point off to the resolutions committee. I'm not suggesting Thomas's point is irrelevant, but it's a tangent. So, no, don't apologise for it. It's irrelevant.
Work role, I feel like I cannot say that.
I want us to come back to Thomas's tangent. I want to go to Chrissy and deal with the resolution side of things, and those people who have stuck up their hand in the last 30 seconds while Thomas was talking, we will come to you in a minute. Okay, so Chrissy. Nothing of what Thomas said, all of what before.
I just wanted to say that particularly when people are talking on Zoom, at times this morning it's been very difficult to hear for other voices in the background.
Yeah, there's a couple of instances of double up coming through on the Zoom. Yeah.
Well, not just from the Zoom, but also from the room here.
From the room as well, yeah. We're getting a bit of heat on a Sunday morning. People want to be contributing. Okay, so Chrissy, do you know what you're doing with the resolutions committee at morning tea time? A yes would be really helpful right now. Daniel said yes for you. I will be loitering and can help out.
We will do our best.
Yes.
I'm not making excuses, but just saying that 3 of the resolutions committee are new.
We'll sort you out.
Okay, good.
Okay?
Thank you.
Perhaps
I guess I'm asking for support.
Yes, Jonathan. Very good. Right, let's go back to Thomas's tangent. Now, we did not invite the RNZFB chair to this meeting to receive a bunch of questions. If we want to ask the RNZFB questions, the correct place for doing so is at her meeting, not mine. Judy, I know you're there. If you want to answer the questions, I will give you a chance.
I would prefer that I could comment on the questions, but if I comment on the questions, I think that it will be defensive. So I'd rather you just put the questions and wrote a letter to the board and we'll answer them that way.
Okay, so people, you're not expecting an answer from the RNZFB chair at this time. That will have to come through their processes. You know, though, from the roll call, that there are... Oh, well, Carolyn, you're current still. You can be, and you'll still be at the next meeting. There's half the
There's
board.
6 of us here. 2/3 of the board here.
2/3 of the current board is here listening. Okay? So, you don't have to ask it as a question. You can make it as a comment. We have a speaking order starting with Kylie.
Thank you, Jonathan. I wanted to suggest that Thomas's point is actually a good one, and I wondered if we could just add a number 4 to the end of Rick's resolution to say that we ask the RNZFB board to consider that at least one of the 2 representatives on the subcommittee is an experienced board member.
We're coming to Clive. Someone's got a screen reader going on their call at their end, because you're not using a headset, I suspect, but we're going to get you muted. Thank you. George. Yeah. So we've got Clive and Don wishing to speak on Zoom.
I think, yeah, it's George here. I think that it's exposed something which is of deep concern to me and may have come up later in this meeting, that we've got a group of management making policy decisions, and that's my concern. So that's all I'd like to say. We've exposed something inadvertently by a concern that people have about the removal of a subsidy, and I think that that's a demonstration of management making policy that the board should make, and that there are other areas which may come up later where the management are still doing that in other areas of the foundation's business.
I didn't say which order it was going to be. Don and then Clive.
I just think that this is a matter of accountability within the board of the RNZFB, and I'm not sure why we're spending so much time on this, other than expressing our concern that there has been price rises within a fund that is supposed to provide essential equipment, and that's our primary concern.
Clive, you're next.
Yeah, just to make the point that I think, although Thomas's point isn't specific to the resolution, or as I understand that it might be, which is the resolution that Rick is putting forward when it finally comes through, calling for the board to have more oversight, etc. I guess if that point is made, it would force the board to think more about who should be on the subcommittee, and the kind of but the point is that if the decisions about subsidies were then made by the full board instead of the subcommittee, because then the full board would be involved, that kind of changes the dynamic then, I guess, about what the subcommittee is for. I think it's just that typically, I think in the past you would have had a more senior board member and then a new board member on that fund. We shouldn't think of John Billings as you know, I guess he's still in his first term, but he has been on the board. I think this is his 3rd year, so he's not entirely new. I guess, you know, the point is that if the full board has more direct control over a policy decision like setting the subsidies, then that is effectively a change in the delegations. So it would affect the dynamic of who should be on that subcommittee anyway.
Checking our notes, we believe John Billings is approaching the end of his 2nd year now.
Yeah, okay, that would so yeah, next year would be his third year. Yeah,
correct.
So I guess you could say that we've ended up in a situation. The board has ended up in a situation where two relatively new directors are on the Pearson Fund. I probably shouldn't comment any further on that, Mr. Chairman. That
well, you know how to mute yourself.
The presumption might be that you would expect management to be making these kinds of change recommendations and how they are justified. I think we're uncovering that there is concern about just the sheer amount of change there was for that particular product, the Braille paper, and in some ways, the two directors on that committee have possibly been taken by surprise by the recommendation and now the possible reaction to it.
Okay, we've got Paul Brown, and that's the end of my speaking order at this juncture on this topic.
Yep. This is intended to help and clarify rather than muddy the waters. So let's go. I'm very supportive of the points made by Don and Doug, which is, this remit was about changes from the Pearson Fund, changes in the Pearson Fund subsidy that led to price hikes on equipment for all members that members didn't know had happened, the price rises, and were unaware of until they rocked up for paper. And I think that's absolutely right, and that fundamentally is an issue that we need to keep hold of. Whether we add another wee bit that doesn't deal, that takes away from the Braille a wee bit, or it doesn't feature that so heavily and make it more about equipment, I'm relatively happy with. But I think there's that central point. I think there is a separate point which should be in a separate resolution, which is the stuff we're talking about in terms of oversight of the fund. And I don't have a problem about us signalling to the board that we think that there is a lack of oversight and that we wish to draw that to their attention and ask them to take a look at it. And so I guess they are related, but I believe we're dealing with two separate issues here and we should treat them separately.
So, thank you, Paul. I'm going to summarise. I believe the key points that have universal support are one, that changes to the subsidies were made, that we are concerned about the cost of Braille and other essential equipment, so explicitly naming Braille is probably still a bloody good idea. The communication of changes to the subsidies is a point that needs to be retained, and the extra points about oversight. As a package, the Resolutions Committee can work out how to bring that back to us collectively later in the morning. I'm going to move us on to other business. And the other business I'm going to move us to is morning tea. Hang on. 10:15.
Door prize.
We can have a door prize. Yes, I think we can. Who's got the bucket? Oh, George has got the bucket. George has got the bucket. I'll get him at some point, but George is here and we want to... Georgia. Right, what is it? What's the prize, Rose? $50 from Auckland in the form of cash? Yeah, cash. All right. What that 12th man would say? Cold hard cash.
Yeah, it was from the 12th man.
Dave Cowling. Yeah, I sort of should have been the 13th man. I couldn't be the substitute fielder.
And it was for $1 billion.
Yes, it was considerably more. You could have got a car as well. But Dave Cowling, $50 isn't going to buy you a car unless it doesn't run. You can get it on Trade Me today with a trailer. What, are you wanting me to do another one?
But on Trade Me, will you get the members' price or the full price?
I've gone for the bit of paper that's neatly folded up. It feels like you've been ripping them out of someone's notebook, Rose. What's that one?
We do all sorts, and before I read the name and even look at it, this is door prize from Nelson Branch, which are a couple of Pix products. So peanut butter.
Pix peanut butter.
A very large 1 kg bottle in a smaller jar.
They sold a brand new product of Pick. Peanuts grown in New Zealand. It was selling on Trade Me, the first one off the production line. And the last time I saw it, it was $600 and something for a 250 gram bottle of truly New Zealand peanut butter.
Right.
$650 is a hell of a lot of money for crap on toast.
Joe Toomey has won the store prize.
Joe Toomey? Yeah.
And Chrissy has her hand up. So.
Thank you, Zoom. We're on a break. Chrissy,
very quick.
Resolutions Committee people need to be making a plan. Chrissy?
I just going back to the the products from Pix peanut butter. It was a donation from that company, and we'd like to thank them very much.
Thank you. Radio team, that's morning tea. See you in 10:45.
Yeah, Jonathan, I just need to interrupt a minute, please. Chrissy, you want the Resolutions Committee to meet during morning tea?
We need them to.
Yeah, okay.
Jonathan?
Yes.
I'm not sure how we're going to work that this time, so I'll
get
talk
rid
to you.
of that. Dawn gone? No, I'm still live. I'm off.
Come back. Do we have to go off this so the resolution?
will be starting any second. It's only 10:44.
Which I love.
Alrighty, we should be close to 10:44.
I found my
Pretty close to starting.
Getting underway, Catherine.
Okay.
Yes and no. Wait till we get the zoomies up so we know what they're doing. I can hear a Perky and a Nana, and I should be eating them.
Could you?
Paula and Dave, kill the Perky Nana, please.
Can somebody stop the birds?
That's what I'm trying to encourage. It seems to have gone. All right. No. You're looking for Paula Waby to be muted, please. Right, people, we are back in business. The Resolutions Committee is still meeting. For the purposes of the door prize, as far as I'm concerned, they're in the meeting. They're just in the meeting there, not here. So, so if one of them comes out, we're not putting it back in the bucket. But if one of them comes out, we'll draw another one because we can, right? Rotorua, what are they giving us? $50? More cash? Jeez. A lot of cash going around. No, never mind. That one, that person definitely is not here. One of yesterday's guests. Looking carefully. Alan Little, are you there? Smile.
I'm here, mate. I'm here, Jonathan.
$50 you owe me. I mean, $50 you're coming your way for a door prize.
Oh, you're a good lad. I'll enjoy that. I'll buy some peanut butter.
Maybe you should buy some dog food.
Agreed.
We got, yep, 2 more. Yes. All right, there are 2 more door prizes before the end of the session. So, people, we're going to go do the. I'm staring at the people in the cheap seats. The appointment of the auditor. It is recommended that we retain Moore Markham's as our auditor. What's their proper name? I've got it written down. Moore Markham's Wellington Assurance Limited? Audit. Someone to move that, please. Happy to do so, I think, was Thomas. And the seconding by voice was Doug Johnston. Yeah, we are looking at Zoom first, for the record on Zoom. Right, moved Thomas, seconded Doug. The auditor be appointed. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. We are now moving to the reports from the branch and network representatives. First is from Taranaki, and is Bev online by any chance? Don't believe so. Bev McCulloch was looking in yesterday on and off, but isn't here. If you have a question for Taranaki, then we have to take it, note it, and pass it on. Any questions for Taranaki? Coming to Whanganui. Any questions for Whanganui?
Speaking of attachment.
Coming to Rotorua. It's party time in Rota Vegas. They've got a new van. Well done, Rotorua. Any questions for Rotorua? Is that a question? No. It's hard to know if you're talking to each other or us. coming to... you're still called Auckland Branch, Tamaki Makaurau. What's going on? Any
We
questions?
just decided to do that for you this morning.
Okay, that's good. Nothing formal as yet?
No, not yet.
Not yet, right. Any questions for the Aucklanders? Or Carol and Pete, who's there? Nice to see that Auckland is expecting some audio announcements. Be nicer to see that you had people using the buses. Carolyn, you asking a question of Auckland? Microphone to this Carolyn, to ask of that Carolyn.
Kia ora, Auckland Branch. I'd like to congratulate you for finding methods of meeting and actually including sometimes the rest of the country in your meeting with the RNZFB board directors candidates debate. And I really do think that it's important that we all learn from Auckland Branch. Our branch has done meetings too, but not a general meeting like you guys have. And I just wonder how you ensure that you're including all your branch members. I mean, I know you use telephone, but some of your members may be deaf, blind, and I'm just wondering how you might be helping to include your deaf, blind members into the virtual meetings. And I hope that you can get together before Christmas to celebrate your Christmas dinner together. Thank you.
There was a question in there, Carolyn.
Yeah, at this stage, we're not doing anything specific or special with the online forums. I guess we are trusting that a lot of our deaf-blind members have either got the technology to be able to join in with us, or if not, they needed to indicate to us that there is a problem and they need assistance. I guess it's partly knowing if there's an issue and then trying to resolve it once we actually do know. But we haven't had any of that raised with us as yet.
Anyone else? We are coming to Southland. Vic is the branch representative. Any questions? Yes? Vic himself. You're going to ask yourself a question, Vic?
He's got something to add, John.
Additions, right. Thank you, Vic.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This year, I've attended the Combined Disabilities Group on behalf of the branch. This is mainly a group of the service providers who are exchanging information and updates, etc. They also had a speaker there from Sport Southland and announced that a funding of 150,000 for people with disabilities into their sporting endeavours. So that's good news for our bowls team there. One of the big problems I've had over the several months has been the failure in the audible crossing signals in the city, and some of them have been out for up to over a month, some very close to the blind vision centre. So it culminated in a meeting with council on the 3rd of August, where I said that this was unacceptable and we really needed to be repaired in a timely manner. So I got some assurances from the roading manager that this would be seen to. However, subsequent to that, on the 2nd of September, there was another outage I discovered not far from the Blind Low Vision Centre again. And this was 10 days later. I went along and it still wasn't going, so I rang them and told them that I'd reported that 10 days ago, and I said, well, I don't think that's good enough, but I said, will you please call me back when it's fixed? So they rang me back the next day and told me. And then I also got a call from the roading manager that they had a team out and went round the city and attended to some that needed repair, and also updated some of the technology there. So alongside this, we had a problem with the dual pedestrian crossing signal. And you'll know that we brought this to the conference in 2015. It was installed in 2014, and of course the failure of the voice messages was really, it's in a bit of a mess, quite frankly, in that sense. Only 2 of the voice messages seem to be working, and they all malfunction. Because when you push the button, it says if you want the longer crossing, push the button until the red light shows and the beep signal. Well, there isn't a beep signal there. So that was another issue I brought to council. So that's another issue. So that is, I've been assured that's going to be attended to too. So that one there. Now the other thing that started this year was the new bus service. Well, I think we're witnessing the demise of our public transport in the city. When we originally, about 10 years ago, we had 8 bus service, and it was covered the city pretty well. And now we're down to a 3 bus service between 9 and 3, and it doesn't cover very much of the city at all. So that's a big concern to us, because that means if in the future some of our members are going to have to rely a lot more on total mobility, and that's going to be having to travel across the city. That's going to be a wee bit expensive, and we're going to have to look at another option way here. And I'm really interested in how this Timaru bus trial called My Way down there is. And I think that's one of the answers I reckon we could look at for our city, because we're only a provincial city of 50,000, but really speaking, you should be able to have. We got no Uber or anything else there, so that's one of the big things for me, that the transport, Mr. Chairman. So here's hoping. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vic. Were there any questions for Vic? No? I'm just going to acknowledge, Southend, your report almost invariably always thanks your volunteers and your sponsors, and I know that other branches do from time to time, but I'm not sure we always recognise all the volunteers every single time they are helping out. Thank you for that. We're moving to Otago, the network. Now, Juanita is not joined us this weekend, apparently because she was given some recognition locally, got a bit of an award from Rose? From SBS Trust. That's the Southland Building Society, is it? Right. So she was unavailable to be with us. Are there any questions that you want passed on to O2Go? No questions. Just a piece of information for people. The Otago network has more financial members today than it had in the last few years that it was actually a formal branch. In these days of struggling to retain, let alone grow membership, the efforts down that way ought to be recognised and congratulated. In particular, Raylene and Raylene Smith and Juanita have been doing a lot to get people involved. Moving to South Canterbury, who unfortunately are not represented either. Any questions that you want passed on to South Canterbury? No one. I think again we need to recognise 42 years non-stop service to a committee is pretty awesome stuff. I think it's worth putting on the record some significant appreciation of Don Hunt's efforts over that time. Some of those provincial branches have really survived because there's been someone as the stalwart around, and usually it's even better if there's a couple or three stalwarts around. So many thanks to Don Hunt. You want to make it a formal resolution, Alan Jones? Okay. You got the wording and the microphone to Alan. You're gonna have to make up the wording for us, Alan.
Thank you. I'll try on this word. I would suggest, I would recommend that the conference sends Donald Hunt an appreciation of the work he's done over the last 40 years and wishes him good health for the future. Maybe we need to just rephrase that good health, because I don't think Don is in great health, unfortunately.
All the best for
all
the
the
future.
best, yes, yep.
Okay.
I'd be happy with that, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Someone wish to second that?
Yes, I'll second that.
That would be Don McKenzie. Well done, Zoom. Yes.
We also need to remember that Don Hunt also was a Blind Foundation board member for quite a long time.
Yes, but I think in this instance we'll recognise him for his efforts to the branch.
Yep.
Right, it's been moved, it's been seconded. Alan and then Don of the Mackenzie kind. All in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Good stuff. On this sort of thing, it's rude to ask for anyone who wants to oppose. If you want to oppose, come and tell me privately. Moving to Nelson, like half of... moving to Nelson, volunteers and old chestnuts is my notes. Who's the branch? You're Karen. You're the branch representative? Any questions for Karen? There's no questions. Quite seriously, I've got some notes here for some of these things, and I've now got to wonder what I meant by old chestnuts. There must be some issues happening in Nelson that we've heard a lot about before. Access for pedestrians, is that right? Signage on footpaths, there we go. Again, thanking your volunteers. Good to see. Thank you. Guide Dog Handlers Special Interest Network. Bev Duncan has been online at times. Are we there today, Bev? We don't think so. Any questions that people want passed, or comments people want passed on to the network? Vaughan, we're coming to you.
Thank you. I'm not attempting to speak on behalf of the network, although I am a member. I think that Blind Citizens New Zealand needs to continue to watch what is happening with guide dog services. At last count, there were no resident GDMIs, guide dog and mobility instructors in Auckland. And the senior leadership of guide dog services seems to be located around the country, and that of itself is not necessarily a problem. But the largest population of guide dog users in the country is reliant upon services and personnel travelling from other parts of the country, and really cannot do things like extensive follow-ups, extensive problem solving and the like. Other parts of the service do seem to be working well from my point of view, but the service does not seem to be recovering very well, and this is an individual's opinion, since 2018-ish. And I just would like conference to note that and ask that the board continue to watch for developments with GDS.
Thank you, Vaughan. Now I've been a one of those members of this network since its establishment as a non-dog handler, and after 8 years and 1 day since my last dog passed, people who don't know, Jonathan's going to have to join the Special Interest Network as an active participant on the 26th of October.
Hallelujah.
The new German Shepherd looks awfully like a Labrador Retriever cross. It's black, and if it eats like a Labrador, it's going to get yelled at like a Chihuahua. Right, and I can already suggest to you, Vaughan, that
Jonathan, may I have a say?
I'll come to you next, please, JP.
Oh, sorry. Okay,
so stay there. Don't do anything, JP.
No.
The one thing that I can tell you as a direct service recipient, one is already in the process of having to deal with changes affecting how it is for guide dog handlers that I believe collectively we are ultimately going to find unacceptable. The guide dog agreement that I was handed on Thursday was a change to that received in the past, and I will be bringing it to the RNZFB board's attention because one of the clauses in that agreement explicitly denies me the opportunity to complain to that board. And based on the fact that I just heard a director go, the directors didn't know that either. So that's high on the agenda. That's Thursday afternoon's hot news, as it were. So I believe that Special Interest Network's going to be having some work to do. Vaughan, I noticed that the advertisement for a GDMI in Auckland closes in March 22, by the way. March 2022 is when the applications close. So Aucklanders cannot expect to get a new GDMI for 6 months. I can tell you that when I start training at the end of October, the reason I start training at the end of October is because the GDMI has to come from the South Island. The list of operational problems for guide dog services is not getting smaller, is my summation. Quite challenging times. We're going to JP, and I've got your hand, Alan. JP?
Thank you. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I've got some good news too, Jonathan. I was given the same sort of agreement papers that you got. I'm getting the guide dog Eastern, and I've been waiting nearly 9 years for a guide dog. And I complained and complained and complained. And so they're going to give me one, and I can't wait because I'm not very good with a cane. As a lot of you know that I've lost all my sight now. I have no sight at all. I was pretty good going in the old days, but now that's all gone. And when having a dog would be much better, I can get out and walk around, use the transport like I used to, and save a bit of money instead of spending it all on taxis. However, some of the things in that agreement paper, I don't quite understand some of them, but maybe I need to talk to somebody like Clive or somebody like that to give us a bit of a guidance before I sign the bloody thing. Because, you don't sign something you don't understand. You understand what I'm saying?
I do, John, and I have to say that when I read that agreement, I thought that the average punter in New Zealand wouldn't know what the hell they were signing. It is a far cry from the agreement that this organisation helped the foundation create 10 years ago? At least 10 years ago.
Well, that's what I thought too, Mr. Chairman. That's what I thought too.
Yeah.
However, we'll just, go with the flow, see what happens, but, until I understand what it all means, I won't be signing anything. So, maybe, I don't know. But I'm looking forward to the getting the dog, and was meant to come on Friday, but the lockdown here in Auckland's free. Well, they're going to wait till next week to bring it along, so we'll see what happens. And I will keep in touch with you, Jonathan, to let you know how things are going.
Good man. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, JP. We're coming to Alan.
Yes, thank you, Jonathan. I personally am not a guide dog user. However, my family have financially and significantly contributed to guide dog fundraising appeals over a number of years. And I was thinking recently, my girls decided that I needed to get myself a companion dog. So as I said to some of you the other day, I have now become the very happy owner of a companion dog named Gable. I wanted to make it easier for me to manage Gable on his community walkabouts. And I went to ring up the guide dog services in Auckland. And quite frankly, I was less than impressed with the response I received and the negative wanting to engage to support and advise me on things I might do. The Auckland team on this weekend's Zoom call sector, I don't know how to describe, Zoom call, people from Auckland have suggested there may be other ways for me to get a guide dog type, I said type, guide dog type harness, and I look forward to that suggestion. But my concern is the public relations of the guide dog services. I just feel that there's a huge issue emerging within guide dog services, which needs to be clarified in the minds of donors. And that's really all I think I wanted to say, Jonathan.
Thank you, Alan. Anyone else in the speaking order? We have no one else in the speaking order. Can I have someone move that we receive the reports from branch and network representatives? We've got.
Where's Wellington's?
There's a point of order. Is it the one in the room? Oh, I've missed Wellington. Is that why the Wellingtons are complaining?
Yes.
No. Yeah. Okay. My apologies. Bow and scrape. Sit on the floor, Jonathan. Yeah. Got a bit ahead of myself. Missed Wellington. Terrible me. Smack. Right. Would anyone like to ask Wellington a question? You better do it now. Questions for Wellington? There doesn't seem to be any questions, Wellington. My apologies remain. Someone still needs to move that we receive all of the branch and network representative
I'll do
reports.
it, Carolyn.
Carolyn, online.
On Zoom.
That is including Wellington. That's what all means. Can I have a seconder, please?
Owen Wellington.
Owen from Wellington. Righto, good lad. Right. Moved Carolyn in the online. Moved Owen in the online. All those in favour, please say aye.
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 They're not back. 7.9 is the notice of the special general meeting to receive the annual report, including the consolidated accounts for the organisation and the national office accounts that were unable to be completed in time for distribution for this meeting. So there is a constitutional rule that lets the board put this offer forward. Well, not to offer, to tell you it's happening. 13.2.4 gives us the power to exercise what we need to do, which is in Rule 9.1. And so there will be a Zoom call. And I've lost the blinking time in date. It's the 4 o'clock in the afternoon on the 10th of November. Have I got the... That's my memory. Wednesday the 10th of November. Oh, not bad, Jonathan. At 4 p.m? At 4 p.m. I did get the details right. Lovely. So, please be there. We do need people to be present. It is not just a formality. This is your opportunity to ask questions of your board and how we have dealt with everything, especially the finances of the organisation. It is open to every financial member of the organisation, not just branch or network representatives. It would be extremely useful that there was someone present from every branch or network in order to be able to provide that connection back to the members in your areas. So that's a notification. The 10th of November. Uh, 7.10 is the notice of the appointments that the board has made on behalf of the organisation. This is for information. In addition to the appointments that this board makes, I think it is increasingly important that we observe that this organisation nominates people we think can help DPO coalition work. And I think, Rose, we would probably have made more nominations and successful appointments through the DPO coalition in the last 12 months than we have people listed here. Absolutely, she says. So anyone who is actually really wanting to be involved with appointments at a national level, the workload is certainly increasing in both quantity and variety. The disability community is very well served by the appointees that come from or via this organisation. I sometimes feel that other DPOs expect blind citizens to put someone up for every single job on offer. We don't always. We are quite circumspect when there are areas where we think another DPO ought to be taking the lead. But we do have a number of members that we can name as representatives that we put forward that are in fact members or eligible to be members of other DPOs. So there is plenty of stuff to go around. If you want to be included, please make sure we know of your availability and the sort of things you think you'd be good at helping the disability community with. Those opportunities don't get promoted in focus, and because the turnaround time is usually too short. It is rare, but not impossible, that that they can be advertised on Blind Discuss. Normally, it is a matter of time. Time means that we have to basically shoulder tap. So that's for information. Yeah. Rose is trying to remind me, we are very specific. When we shoulder tap, we don't shoulder tap someone who's going to let this organisation down at all. We know that we have picked someone who is going to be good for the job that is required. We are not expecting that person to be a bum on a seat. We send them because we know they're going to do a great job for the rest of you, and actually for other disabled people as well. Our representatives come from all over. Current representatives go from Invercargill to Auckland somewhere. Yeah.
It's Rose, and I'd just like to say I actually framed it in the positive, not the negative, about letting us down. We are always looking for people that can do the best job for Blind Citizens New Zealand and blind people.
Yeah. and people are delivering.
Yep, Carolyn has her name up. Carolyn is done.
Carolyn, you wishing to speak?
Thank
Microphone?
you. When I read this, I noticed there's not as many reports as representatives report from Association of Blind Citizens as what we used to have maybe even 2 or 3 years ago. The other point I wanted to make was there are also opportunities at present in your district health board through their community health councils, and they have representative roles on the community, on the district health board, on the district health board, and you know, there could be opportunities. It's always good to keep an eye open if you think you want to do something in your local area until they set up the new National Health Agency next year. You could even do something at your local level if you don't want to go national. So I just thought I'd let people know and just contact someone from the Community Health Council in your area, and there should be somebody there representing disabled people or linked with disabled people. Paula Waby is our disabled persons representative in the Southern District Health Council, so hopefully people will take that opportunity if they want to, of course.
Yep. Carolyn, you're quite right. The list of reports is a little bit shorter than some years. Notable omissions would include a Blends report. We have been underrepresented at Blends in terms of number of attendees at meetings because of changeovers that have been reported. Our current representative is Kylie Maloney. Kylie, have you been to 1 meeting or 2? None. Oh, well, sorry. Just been appointed and just been officially recognised by Blends. So a bit rough to expect a report from Kylie on nothing. And the other one that we had for a long time was the Ministry of Health Consumer Disability Support Service Consumer Consortium, and that has been discontinued. Okay, so there is no report expected because there is nothing to report on. It was discontinued late last year, was its last meeting. Are there any others I've missed? Can I have someone to move we receive the reports for information? That would be the notice of special general meeting and the appointments. Rose wants me to do them separately. Right, yeah. Yeah, fine. Good. We will do so. Someone to move that we receive the notice of special general meeting. Kylie, seconded. Looking.
So moved, Robert.
Robert,
Hoffman.
seconding. Thank you. All those in favour of a special general meeting on the 10th of November?
Aye.
Thank you. See you there, all you lively people who want to come to a meeting. Thank you. And to receive the report on appointments made, someone to move. There's an open line online. Okay. Karen's moving in the room, and someone online. Is that Mara? Lena. Sorry, Lena. And sorry, Mara.
No worries.
Don't like doing mistaken identity things. So moved Karen, seconded Lena, that we receive the report on appointments made. Please say aye if you're in favour now.
Aye.
Aye.
And that's lovely. Right, now Lena, if you're back in there, that means the resolutions committee is back collectively in here, yes? Lovely. Are you ready? Nice. Microphone to Chrissy, because we'll go there.
just before I start, I'd like to thank Kylie Maloney for assisting the Resolutions Committee with her awesome wordsmithing skills and calming me down. Thank you. The Resolutions Committee have come up with two resolutions that we feel summarise what was suggested in the remit and from the statements, the other statements that we'd received, and so I'll go through them one at a time. Resolution 1. This is our suggestion. Blind Citizens New Zealand urges Blind Low Vision New Zealand to communicate any changes in the price of braille paper and other essential equipment in advance. Resolution 2. Blind Citizens New Zealand calls upon the RNZFB Board to strengthen its oversight of the Sir Arthur Pearson Memorial Fund by 1. Conducting a review of all decisions made by the Pearson Fund Subcommittee over the past 24 months. 2. Ensuring that any and all future changes in subsidy are approved by the RNZFB Board. 3. Guaranteeing that the interest on the fund's capital never falls below 4%. End of resolutions.
And you would normally so move.
I move those.
Yeah. A seconder for both or either? Daniel seconding all of? No, he said. No, he said. He did. Daniel seconding all of them. Right. Open for discussion. Looking for speakers.
Chrissy or Kylie, can one of you email the resolutions to me, please? Thank you. So we have Don McKenzie.
Don, you're first up, please.
Yes, I would like the first resolution to include and give reasons for price rises, given that the fund is an assistance fund.
Right, I'm going to go all proper, and Don, you're proposing an amendment. Is there a seconder to the amendment?
Yeah, I'll second that. Paul Brown.
Paul Brown seconding. Discussing the amendment before we get back to discussing the substantial motion. Is there anyone wishing to discuss the amendment? Rose has quickly noted it down in the way we think it was read. We'll read it once more so that you can have a chance to discuss it if you want to. Are you ready?
Yep.
Good, go ahead.
Right, and Chrissy, in the meantime, you have emailed them. Thank you. Right. So, Remit 1, Blind Citizens New Zealand urges Blind Low Vision NZ to communicate any changes in the price of braille paper and any other essential equipment in advance, and to provide reasons for price rises, given the fund is an assistance fund.
So the amendment starts at the... We're voting on the amendment at this point. So that's what it will read in full.
Is Don happy with where it is?
Don, are you happy with the way we've worded that?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on the amendment? I'm going to put the amendment so that that becomes the resolution or the motion of substance. All those in favour of the amendment being included, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
If you want to be noted in opposition or abstaining, now's a good time because I'm calling it carried. Anyone? Carolyn, are you wanting to abstain? Yeah. Abstentions for board directors. I'm going to assume it's all of you because Clive waved his hand on that topic before.
Yeah.
Is it Judy?
I'll abstain too, Rob.
Jonathan.
Yeah, Judy's not. We're noting all board directors are abstaining on that motion.
Judy doesn't have a vote anyway.
Okay. So, of the people voting, it was unanimous. Of the abstentions noted, aside from the abstentions noted. So that is now the resolution motion. Is now that become the full resolution. Right. So we're back to talking about the resolutions in their plural. Any discussion on the resolutions as a package? There does not look to be anyone wishing to discuss at this point. Counting from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. No takers. So we're putting the motion that those resolutions be passed. We will read them for one last time. It will be moved in the name of Chrissy, seconded in the name of Daniel, post the amendment offered by Don McKenzie. They are...
Right. Just bringing it up. Blind Citizens New Zealand urges Blind Low Vision New Zealand to communicate any changes in the price of braille paper and other essential equipment in advance, and to provide reasons for price rises, given the fund is an assistance fund. Blind Citizens New Zealand calls upon the RNZFB Board to strengthen its oversight of the Sir Arthur Pearson Memorial Fund by 1. Conducting a review of all decisions made by the Pearson Fund Subcommittee over the past 24 months. 2. Ensuring that any and all future changes in subsidy are approved by the RNZFB Board. 3. Guaranteeing that the interest on the fund's capital never falls below 4%.
Right. Is there anyone wishing to speak in any way that would change or oppose the motion?
No hands at all.
I'm putting it to the floor. All those in favour, please say aye.
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 I'm going to note the abstentions from the Board of Directors present. Is there anyone else who wants to be noted in opposition or abstaining?
Judy has her hand up, Jonathan.
Judy, if you got your hand up to talk.
Just to say that I shouldn't be noted in the abstentions because I'm not a financial member.
Rose and I did know that, which is why we carefully used the phrasing without declaring your financial status. It's your business.
That's fine. I just wanted other people to know
Yeah.
in case they read it in a year time and thought about it.
It's fine, but it's your business whether you're financial or not.
Abstentions will be named.
Abstentions will be named, so we wouldn't have put your name in there. Okay. No, well that was easy. Oh, sorry. It falls upon me to thank the Resolutions Committee for your tireless efforts. Thank you very much, Chrissy and team. Daniel, Lena, Sina, and Charlene up in Zoom space, and a late thank you, Hospital Pass recipient Kylie. Thank you. Item 8 is the 2022 conference attachment G for golf. We have a policy for where we're supposed to be on a cycle. You will remember, of course, that we have had a number of challenges in recent years following the policy, courtesy of it being far too expensive, it being impossible to find a location that was available to host us. What were the other reasons? We still don't know if huh? COVID, yeah, just a small matter of COVID. One of the places that we actually have been to before is currently, well, actually two of them. The one in Mangere is as well. Two of the places we've used for conference in the past are currently MIQ facilities. Anyone keen to go to conference at an MIQ facility?
No.
Oh, that
No,
was
you're all right.
Good, that good. We could be all in the same bubble for 2 weeks.
What a thought.
God forbid.
Your enthusiasm is noted, Mr. Brown.
It's Rosie, and just to let you know that we did have options in the South Island, although we explored Nelson. The expense was too great for any individual to be able to, for everybody to be able to reasonably afford, including from the board itself. But we did look at Southland, because there is a lovely hotel there that we did use a few years ago, but they weren't able to take the booking for this weekend, so potentially we could have been there, but it could be an option again for next year. The challenge is we just don't know what's going to happen with COVID, and hotels that are currently booked out and have contracts as MIQ facilities, they're not in a position to disclose until early next year their availability.
So, aside from the idea that we have challenges about where conference will be, the best endeavour will be that it's in 52 weeks from now, because that would be the weekend that is closest to the 8th of October. Where we will all be going is anyone's guess, and watch this space. Can we turn to what people think needs to be discussed in terms of a theme? We've got you noted as a speaker, Vaughan, but I need us to get onto the themey type things, or what conference needs to handle. Looking for speakers. You still want to be in the mix, Vaughan? Go ahead, Vaughan.
I thank you. I guess I had 2 points. The theme, I think, given the progress that Tamaki Makoto's remit had this weekend, I think we need to deal with a kind of the diversity of the population that is Blind Citizens New Zealand as an option. But I would also hope that even though traditional Tamaki Makoto venues are currently MIQ, in terms of flexibility for planning next year, I would hope that the board does consider Tamaki Makoto as a potential venue, because the support that has happened from us up here via Zoom has actually been very good, and the contributions that we have all made I believe have been really useful and generally helpful to this weekend.
We're going to Doug Johnston, and then Catherine online. Anyone else? And that's it at the moment. Doug, then Catherine. Doug, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Thank you. No, thank you. No, thank you. Yep, that's it. I have two suggestions. One is at one end of the spectrum and the other is at the other end. What I mean by that is that we should be looking at the younger portion of our membership, and the other end is advising people on possibility of what happens when in retirement, you know, the things that are facing us more in the older age group as well.
Catherine on screen.
Are there a couple of things? One is my cousin's actually one of the head people involved in an MIQ facility in Christchurch. I'd be happy to talk to her. She may be able to make some suggestions for venues for us, or she may even have a heads up on hotels that are being used or not used. And my other comment was, I've just slipped my mind. It's just slipped my mind. I'll come back.
Senior moment, Catherine.
It's
not that odd yet.
So it's Rosie. Can I just check, Vaughan, do you still have your hand up to speak, or do we need to lower your hand?
You can lower my hand so I don't get a
Okay,
silver
thank
bullet.
you.
Thank you.
And so we have Don McKenzie.
Don.
Given that the general theme within the disability community is nothing about us without us, I'd like to suggest the theme as being taking charge. And that's really taking charge of our own destiny. It's a go forward sort of thing. It's a looking forward. Who are we? What are we about? Can we consolidate? Can we fill the roles into the future of shaping disability services, blind services, whatever it is? I just think that the blind community needs to come out and be more definite, perhaps is one of the words, about inclusion, equality, respectful partnership. So I think we should just take charge.
Yep. Thank you, Don. Catherine, your hand is up. Is that you coming back for your what Alan described as your senior moment?
Yes, I remembered what it was.
Good,
Just a
go ahead,
comment
please.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Just a comment that many of the conferences coincide with the school holidays. For me personally, it makes it harder in terms of airfares are often much higher in the school holidays. If it has to be in the school holidays, it would be great if it was either the first or the last weekend of the school holidays, rather than straight in the middle. I mean, this year it all got void anyway. Yeah, there's something for them to think about.
Yeah. So, Catherine, we have challenges in terms of, the Ministry of Education sets when the school holidays are. They are actually public information for next year already, because I've noted them somewhere. But our policy says that we must put the AGM and conference in the weekend closest to the 8th of October that we can manage. Okay, so it's not, the 8th next year is in the weekend. If we can manage to find a facility that meets all of our needs on that time, that's probably when it will be. If we can't find one on that weekend, then we do the search for weekends either side in the close as practical sense. If
is that in the Constitution?
It's pretty set in stone. It's not as stony as the Constitution.
Is it something that can be looked at?
It's the sort of thing that would need to be changed by a remit.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, it would have to change by way of a remit, Catherine.
I'll put that in next year.
Anything else on themes for the board to consider about conference next year? Alan Jones. Anyone else? Okay, Alan's the last.
Good, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My friend on my left-hand side here has written an article that will appear in Focus, which could be subtitled "The Foundry's Lost Its Way." Maybe that's a good, or maybe we ask a question: has the Foundry lost its way?
I believe there's an independent inquiry that's supposed to be doing that, but point noted. Alan Little, we did get you just before I closed it off, so you are the
that's
last.
okay. Right, oh, thank you, Jonathan. I appreciate that. I suggest as a theme for us as an organisation for next conference would be resilience. How are individual blind citizens coping with the plethora of change which is occurring in their everyday life and within the foundation, within the welfare system? How do we cope in change? So I think resilience would be a good suggestion, and I'd like to make that. That's all I had to say, Jonathan. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. Right, we have the ideas. It is a discussion item, taking notes to help the board work out what's going to happen. We do that at the planning meeting. If you come up with any other ideas, or talking to your mates, they come up with ideas, get them sent into National Office and they will be considered in the mix in November. I have 3/4 of an hour at my discretion and your forbearance. In terms of additional items noted on Friday, we have one topic on the election of directors, and Alan, you also raised the idea of talking about the funding. Alan Jones. Right, I'm going to take a straw poll. You only get to yell at me once. Election of directors, say aye.
Aye.
Funding, say aye. Right, we'll deal with the election of directors issue that people want to talk about, and time permitting, we'll come back to the other one. You need to remember I've got to leave time to do all the thank yous. Okay. In my address on Friday, I suggested that with a direct call to the current chief executive and the current board directors, that they needed to be ready to be under greater scrutiny for their actions and their inactions with respect to the outcomes of the independent inquiry. I further commented that the election of directors this year is perhaps the most influential election of directors for some time, and my comment that is personal to me is that in my personal view, I believe that we ought to be looking for a board that does not look the same as the sort of board that got us into this mess. I know there are others present who want to talk about the election and the issues that they see as important. My desire is that I don't have to pull you up for making any personal statements that you are not prepared to make in a very public setting, because that's what we're in. Just a little reminder. Looking for speakers, please, on the topic of the upcoming election of RNZFB board directors. Anyone else? Okay, so I have Carolyn Weston in the room, George, Thomas, and Catherine online. We got you too. So we'll go. Clarification? Yes, Doug. What would you like to ask? Microphone, please.
I'm not quite sure what we're up to at the moment. Have we received the nominations?
The nominations for were sent out on Thursday, Wednesday or Thursday for the email people. I imagine people getting an alternate format that wasn't as immediate as the digital side of life will be getting it very, very quickly.
Yeah.
Oh, print was out before that, apparently.
Yeah.
So yes, the who's on the list to consider is public information.
So,
do you want us to try and find it?
I think if we can just have the timeline please.
The timeline. The notice of the election has been sent to voters by the returning officer. It's past tense. There is information available to voters now. I'd have to open up that email to tell you when voting closes. 4th of November. Some
Yeah.
people are already onto it much better than me.
Yeah.
Well, one of the difficulties that I've found is that when they gave me Alexa, they told me that I had to send back my...
Sorry, I don't know that.
Well,
Do you know
Alexa, I have the same bloody problem at home. You don't know much sometimes. However...
I love it. Alexa, who should I vote for? Hey Google, what's the voting pattern? Yeah.
So I'll continue. When I sent back my Daisy reader, and they send me a disc, I've got nothing to play it on, so I can't work out who's who at the zoo.
Right, so Thomas, if this is a direct answer to Doug's situation and you have an immediate solution, I'll take you now. Otherwise, it's in speaking order. You do? Mike,
Okay.
to...
So there are numbers of ways for people to get the information. So although, Doug, you've sent your player back, you could access the information by the telephone information service. Depending on how it's coming to you, it will come to you as either print, large print, I assume braille, audio, etc. Email. I got mine through email, and it told me who the candidates were. I could listen to them on TIS, or I could go to a website where the information is also available. I'm not sure. I'm assuming those who still have their Daisy player will get that information sent to them on a thumb drive. So the information is going out in different ways. But I do understand and take Doug's point that if that's the way you normally access stuff as on a CD, how else am I going to do this if no one tells me? And so it can be a little confusing for some people. But I'm happy to talk to anyone afterwards and walk them through some of the options if helpful.
I think we'll take a point of immediate action to email the returning officer for an assurance. We won't get an answer today, obviously.
It could also be up on Alexa.
Yeah, we'll see what we can do. So if people think they haven't got their information, we will make sure that the returning officer knows to contact you. We'll work that out, okay? Right, so who do they have in the speaking order? I've got Carolyn. We're going to Carolyn. We're back to the speaking order, which is Carolyn, George, Thomas, Catherine at the moment.
And then Vaughan and Don.
Thank you. Carolyn in the room first.
Kia ora. As most of you will know by now, if you haven't heard, I'm not standing for the board this year. I've been on the board for 9 years. About time I had a break. But also, I believe it's important to share jobs around, and I practice what I believe, so I won't stay on something for years and years and years without giving someone else an opportunity to give a go and have their say, but not also to represent organisations and blind people in particular. And I have nominated a young Māori woman called Hannah Pascoe, who spoke at the conference here before, and I believe that Hannah is someone who's young, who's vitalised, who understands the provision of services, especially to Māori clients. And I also believe that Hannah can speak up for herself. She no longer belongs as a staff member to Kapa Māori, and she is looking for a new direction, new work to do. And I think that we should actually give Hannah an opportunity of having her say and speaking on behalf of certainly all New Zealanders who are blind, but especially for Māori, because she is really keen on that area. But certainly will say that there will be a definite change to the board because I won't be there. So the other two people that are standing that's on the board at present is Ron, who's only been to 2 meetings, and Robert, who's only been to 1 meeting. So they're very, very new on the board as well. So whatever happens with this election, it won't be the same board that it was, say, even 9 months ago.
George, you're next.
I don't want to make a campaign speech on behalf of some candidates on the board. I think they were given the opportunity at the wonderful Zoom meeting that Auckland branch put up for us, the benefit of us members. So I think what I'd concentrate on is that there is a need for change. There is a dramatic need for change, because what has been evident in the last couple of years is a lack of information that the board has endeavoured to gain for themselves about what's going on with the membership in terms of service provision. So I'm not going to speak on behalf of any of the participants, but my problem has always been that democracy fails when it lacks participation. And the participation that we've got within the membership is absolutely abysmal, and something the board should pay attention to. It's their responsibility, I believe, to get out amongst the membership and explain. And I do believe that when someone becomes a member of the foundation, it's left to the staff to explain things like becoming a governing member. And I don't think that's right. I think it should be a task that's taken up by all of us in whatever forums that we're part of, branch meetings, etc., that to explain what the responsibilities are of being a governing member and how important that role is. So it's the other thing I think is that our board needs to be much more open in its deliberations. And I certainly object to the use of going into committee as often as they do. I know there's a requirement that they have to discuss when it involves personal details of a staff member or something along those, or even a member of this organisation writing to the board. But it seems to me that the use of committee is far too prevalent within the board meeting, and I'd like them to think about that. I think the other thing is that I've got no idea of who votes for what within the board, and I think we should have something like that. Otherwise, we've got no idea of what opinions are held by board members in terms of issues that eventually affect all of us. That's it. Thank you.
Next up is Thomas.
Kia ora. So George has raised a number of the topics that I was going to raise. So thank you, George, for putting it probably a bit more eloquently than I could have done. So thank you for doing so. But I did want to compliment Auckland branch and then George for organising 2 events I was able to attend to hear candidates and what they had to say, their reasons for standing. I think the one in Wellington for me was really great because we had quite a lot of time to listen to the candidates and a person who already is on the board and their view and their advice to the 2 candidates. I see there's a huge list of people who are putting their hand up, which is great, but there is no real, for a better word, campaigning going on so that I can actually ask questions of those candidates like I could do last Saturday in Wellington. And so I don't know if this is appropriate or not, but I would like to ask, because I think we've got two people online who are standing for the board. I would actually like to know if we could actually ask them why they are standing, what do they think they're going to bring to the board, because I had a quick listen to the information that was online the other day, and I really didn't get too much out of that information up on the website, where there's a piece from each candidate. So I don't know if that's appropriate or not, but I'd like to hear from both Rick and Robert, if they're still online, as to why we should vote for them. You know, we know Rick, and don't mean this to pick on Rick in any way, but we know Rick has been on the board before, and I'd be asking it of anyone else if they were standing again. You know, why should we vote for you this time round? You know, what difference, or what are you going to bring, or why do you see the need to stand again? And the same with Robert. You know, what is Robert going to bring to the board that will make a real difference in the lives of blind people? Thank you.
Just for information purposes, Rick is not on the Zoom call at this point in time, and Robert still is. I'll take a point of order from Doug. Yes.
My point of order is, although we would like to hear from these people, it disenfranchises the other candidates.
Indeed it does. But what I'm saying at the moment is we've only got one of the 13? Something like 13 candidates. There's only one currently on the Zoom call that could speak up.
Yeah, I am here. Robert is here.
Yes.
And
thank you.
We'll take a cue from you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. If we're going to start questioning whether people are disenfranchised by not turning up to one of our events, I might point out that 11 of the candidates were disenfranchised by the Wellington community last weekend.
I should just add, I wasn't even aware of the event in Wellington last week.
Right. So, Thomas, did you want to respond to my? There's a question of disenfranchisement being put on the table.
Yeah, and I totally get that and understand it, but you know, there is no real opportunity. We've had it in the past where we've had opportunities to ask the candidates or send questions in, and the candidates would be asked those questions. But this time round, and I can't remember last time, but this time round, there is no real opportunity for us to ask the questions of candidates. And so, my only reason for raising it here was because we actually did have, which I thought was, at least two of the candidates, online. But as we only have one, I'm guided certainly by you, Jonathan, in conference. But I guess found it quite frustrating that I don't have the opportunity to ask candidates in some sort of forum, or candidates that, if they're willing to turn up, the questions.
Thank you, Thomas.
Could I make a suggestion?
I've got a lot of people in the speaking list, Robert, and you're at the back end of a queue.
Sorry, I was just going to make a quick suggestion.
It's all right. I've got a bunch of people that are hot to talk. We're here to you.
No worries.
We will take Catherine. You're next, and I've got Paul, Clive, and someone else.
Oh,
A cast of thousands on Zoom wanting to talk.
I'm in your queue as well.
Yes, I know. That's the cast of thousands. Don't worry. Catherine, you're up first. I'll sort the list out with Rose because it was too quick for me to catch you all. Catherine, go ahead. I'll pay attention to Rose.
Thank you, Jonathan. I'm not saying that the foundation is perfect by any means, but some comments I have got are that while we're talking about it amongst us as blind citizens members, if you just take our membership and add it to the total membership of the voting eligible voters of members of the Foundation of Blind Low Vision New Zealand, we're not actually the majority. And not everybody is unhappy with the current board. I'm not saying which way, I don't have a view either way really, but I think it should be remembered that not everybody is unhappy with the current board. It may be that the majority vote for the same board. I don't know. I don't know what the votes will turn out to be. And it made me wonder, is this voting really democratic, or it sometimes feels as though blind citizens trying to dictate how the board should be, or even who should be on the board. Or, you know, are you asking for, do we have a specific blind citizens member as a representative on the board? I thought we did. And in that case,
No.
I would, it was appropriate to maybe state this, but I just feel the weekend has been all about, we've got to get rid of the board, we've got to get a new board, we've got to get new people, we don't like the current people. And that might be true, but I just want it remembered that actually we're not necessarily the majority of voters. I understand voting is a democratic process, and I just think that should be remembered. Thank you.
Thanks, Catherine. No, we do not have any direct representation on the board, nor does any other community of interest, whether that be a consumer organisation or any identifiable subpopulation of governing members. We're all in it together. One great big melting pot, to use the words of Bruce Springsteen. No, I am not going to sing it. Don't ever suggest that. The cruelty and unusual punishment, which is not what we're going to get from Vaughan. You're next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to make several brief comments which may seem a bit disconnected. But the first one is, this is the Foundation's problem to solve. Tamaki Makaurau branch and others who might do similar have been very good to the Foundation in helping its candidates with platforms. And even though I think it very likely that we will do these events again because we've got a history now, we don't have to. The second thing is that I attended the most recent induction day that Blind Low Vision held. I was thinking of becoming a candidate, and for a range of reasons not relevant to now, I chose not to progress that. But essentially, the election materials circulated, the presentations that were given to Tamaki Makaurau and those who joined, and the induction day have basically, over a period of years, diminished the founding principles of Blind Low Vision's electoral process. Those principles of self-determination, member-driven governance, ownership by the members of the organisation's assets, resources and so forth, and has become a generally superficial and somewhat operational kind of process that seems to be central to how the elections operate and the outcomes that we get. I have not seen or heard any of the candidates talking about the organisation returning to those principles of circa 2002, 2003. And just to reiterate that this is the Foundation of the Blind's responsibility to solve. We might choose to contribute to helping it, but it is not the problem of Association of Blind Citizens to solve.
I'm going to go to Paul Brown next.
Thanks, Chair, and I'm going to start exactly where Vaughan finished off. We cannot and should not be substituting ourselves for the Foundation, whose role it is to make sure that we get information about candidates. It's interesting that a sitting board member, Fraser Alexander, just in the comments just now said, I believe all candidates can make themselves available and have given their phone numbers. Well, I would say to Fraser, that's not good enough, actually. It's not good enough that individuals can ring up and talk to a candidate individually. Actually, the foundation ought to be organising some proper election events. This is the most significant election potentially affecting the board in a number of years. It's come at a time where where the board has moved on inquiries around culture and bullying and all the rest that goes on, and where people have real questions of senior management at the foundation, yes, but also real questions of the board. George has already spoken about a lack of transparency on the board and how members vote and so on. We ought to be able to get decent information on what candidates stand for. And I'll finish here. All I would say is, since people seem to be working really hard to try not to get round to running campaigns for candidates here, what I would say is this election needs to be about looking forward and not looking back. There are a number of candidates who are currently on the board, albeit for a short time, and one candidate in particular who's standing, that I would make it quite clear that I believe that would be returning to the past. We've got issues of culture that, for my opinion, is that many of these issues of culture started under Rick Hoskin's chairmanship of the board, and all I would say is, vote. People need to vote the way they think, but vote for the future, not the past, and don't vote Hoskin.
You crossed a line with your last sentence. Up until then, Paul, thank you for your comments. This is not an exercise in...
Sorry, what line did I cross, Chair?
I think naming...
I urged people not to vote for a particular candidate who I said...
Yeah, but naming him
in my opinion, fostered... Well, candidates put themselves out to be named. So, I mean, if you're asking me to take it back, the comment, then I don't. So,
no, I wasn't. I wasn't actually going to ask you to take it back.
My comment stands, Chair. That's all I'll say, and I stand by it.
I would prefer that you stated it as you will not be voting for these reasons.
I urge people not to vote for, and I'll do it again. I urge people not to vote for Rick Hoskin for the reasons I stated.
That's expressed as a very personal view, and I'll take it on that grounds. On the I, the sentence started with I, rather than it starting with don't. Okay?
I urge people not to vote for Rick Hoskin.
I'll accept that phrase. Thank you.
I will take every opportunity you give me to say that.
Yes, and you've had more than enough. Thank you.
Thank you, and I urge people not to vote for Rick Hoskin.
We know we're actually going to stop you, Paul. Coming to Carolyn Pete, please.
I agree with all that's been said on the campaigning. Blind Citizens is an organisation. We can have our say and we can come up with a view of how we feel things are going. That's our right as an organisation. As individuals, yes, we can vote how we want. No one is telling us how to vote. But as far as the campaign goes, this has been going on for years. I'm sorry, but the Blind Foundation is lazy. It's relied on Blind Citizens New Zealand to publicise its candidates. The candidates themselves are lazy. Very few have actually made the attempt to pick up the telephone and record on the various feedback lines that various different consumer groups run and introduce themselves on that line. There has been no meetings organised by Blind Low Vision NZ to meet the candidates. Now, under the circumstances of these days, they could have a meeting where you can have people in the room like we've got today, people on Zoom and people over the phone. There is multiple ways you could set up a meeting to meet the candidates, but have they done it? No, they rely on us, and that's not fair.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
I'm coming to you as in the speaking order, Don. If
I thought I'd got left off. Yes,
no,
okay.
no,
That's right.
Don't worry, I'm never
Okay.
leaving you out. I'm just trying to get a bit of diversity.
Yep.
You're next, actually, though. Please go ahead.
I'm not sure that I'll offer diversity.
Well, I tried to slide the
given
female
the,
up the speaking order.
Given the challenges that the foundation is currently facing, I think it is need for blind people, voters, responsible voters, to take charge. And I think I want to make 5 points really. We need members who are prepared to stand up and be accountable, and not hide behind bureaucracy. So be accountable, please, those who finally get the nod. We need to shorten the chain of command. It's too bureaucratic, and the decision makers need to be closer to those people who are dependent on the services of the foundation. I agree with George that we need more openness, and that we are very short of information from the board. Yes, we get reports, but they are sanitized. That's perhaps not quite the right word, but they're not explicit, and the board does go into committee unreasonably, I would have thought. Of course, there are obvious things where you go into committee, but I think a lot of transactions, when you read the board minutes, a lot of transactions say the committee's decisions were approved. We have no idea what's been approved. My next point is that we need people who are prepared to relate to blind people, who are in contact with them, who know the lives that they lead, who are prepared to engage. We need people who are brave, who are prepared to stand up and say, hold on, I think this is not right, and record that in the minutes. And we should be, those minutes should be open to receiving those dissenting votes, etc. So we really know what happens. So those are my thoughts, Mr. Chair, and I hope people will think about those points when they cast their votes. Thank you.
Right. So, so we've got someone with a phone number that wants to speak up, and I've got Clive. So one of the problems people on Zoom is when one of you is speaking, we can't see the rest of people indicating to us. But we've got Mary now, please, Mary.
Just a point of information. If you go to Tell Me, and I'm going to give you the 0800 number because that's the quickest thing to give you, menu option 128, you'll find the 10 candidates who did make themselves available. 2 of the 13 candidates did not contact us. An 11th candidate contacted us at the last minute and said he would be out of internet access. But 10 people got in, or 9 actually, got in contact with us. One of the 9 who talked to us brought along a 10th. So there's a bit of variation about approach. Sorry, just let me, I'm sorry, I should know these numbers off by heart, but I don't. So the 0800 number is 0800 355 63. Oh, that can't be right. I'll have to blow. That we'll get the 0800 number to you shortly.
835563.
Sorry, 300 835563.
Tell me is 835563.
Ah, it's the actual letters tell me. That's how Clive knows. Right.
Yes.
Okay. We will also be putting your recording from Auckland Branch's exercise on the main, or a link to it from the Blind Citizens New Zealand website. Was there anything else, Mary?
No.
Thank you. We've got Clive, and if there's anyone else who is wanting to be involved as probably the last speaker, we've got 3 already, so that's probably almost enough. Clive, please.
Yeah, might be too late now, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to make a comment about enfranchisement and disenfranchisement. I think we can overthink this, we are a collection of blind people. If we have a candidate in our midst, it's up to us to decide if we want to hear from them. We've already heard Carolyn Weston speak in favour of the candidate she's nominated. You let that through. And Robert or any other candidate could find themselves at a social function, and while they're there, they can talk to blind people and get them to vote for me, etc., etc. So I think
Clive, I'm going to cut you short. Clive, I'm going to cut you short because Robert's in my speaking order.
Okay, but I'm just commenting that we should not be overly concerned about the concept of disenfranchisement, right? It's simply a case of we're a collection of blind people, and we have people who might want to talk to us about why we should vote for them.
Indeed, and I would also point out the Zoomi people were disenfranchised yesterday when one of the Wellington-based candidates was mingling around the lunch facility.
Absolutely, yeah, same idea.
Candidates who are actually wanting to be involved are going to do something about being involved. I've got Kylie, and he's already had a go, so we'll go Kylie, Daniel, Robert, and then maybe if we have time, and only maybe George, we'll come back to you. Kylie, Daniel, Robert. Kylie, please.
Thank you very much, Jonathan, and thank you for Robert for being here first. But I have a message for anyone who wants to stand. Actually, it's 2 things. Firstly, be prepared to stand up and be put on the spot at any time. When I was facing election as a division director in Toastmasters, I had to do that in front of the whole congregation, if you like. If you aren't prepared to do that, please don't stand. Secondly, be prepared to hold the chief executive to account at all times. Again, I say to you, if you're not prepared to do that, then I'm not interested.
Thank you, Kylie. We're going to Daniel.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
One thing I've found when reading the list of candidates, there are a lot of bean counters in there. And there's also quite a number of people counters in there. And I always vote for the people counters. What I want to know is what kind of policies the foundation's going to have at election year, like the politicians in Wellington and councillors or the members of the council solve those problems or add to it, and that way they can all travel around the country telling the same story on how they're going to solve it, and don't break their promises. That's all I want to hear. I want to hear what they're going to do for me. Give you an example, Mr. Chairman. when John Key came to Rotorua, he said he was going to lower taxes. So I voted for him because he brought my taxes down from 39 cents to 21 cents. So he got my vote. Yeah, we each have a vote for a number of people, and that's it. We can't vote for everybody. You just vote for yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Robert, you're on my borrowed time. George,
Thanks, Jonathan.
you've missed out.
Thanks, Jonathan. Kia ora, everyone. Yeah, thank you, Daniel, for that. And Kylie, I really liked what you said. Look, I'm quite befuddled by the whole election process myself. I have to say, as a candidate, it is confusing, not particularly transparent. And the second time I'm standing, didn't realize when I came in sixth last year that I might even still get on the board this year, and was quite surprised when that did happen. I'm happy to answer any questions if you'd like to ask me them. I am a person, a principal, and I am always consider myself brave and willing to point out things that I find wrong, and try to hold people to account. That's what I do in my job, and that's what I would do on the board. Yeah, I don't want to make it a campaign speech at the end of 3 days of meetings, but I've learned heaps from the discussion and see quite a lot of things that need improving. So I don't come with a lot of the knowledge that many of you have from the past, and would look to try to make the organization a better one. That would always be my goal in any role that I take. So happy to answer. What my suggestion from earlier was for Thomas, I'm very happy to engage in any questions through Blind Discuss, which I'm reading. And if people want to ask directly to me, I'm happy to answer and respond to the whole group. So, kia ora, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. I'm going to close that discussion. I think, in summary, I'm going to urge, on behalf of George, that you all do your utmost to cast an informed vote. Happy with that, George? An informed vote. There will be plenty of material. It is obvious that this election is considered extremely important to some, if not many, perhaps all. Thanks Robert, we are coming to the end of 3 days. And some people talk about Zoom giving a lot of fatigue. I personally find the chairs in most meeting rooms is what gives me fatigue. And it includes my dining room at home. You've been parked, if you've been listening to all the rules, you've been parked for quite a few hours over the last 3 days. My thank you for your forbearance. We have some thank yous. Ends of an era. Alan Jones, you've been a focus editor for a few years. You are handing the reins over to Kylie. Thank you very much for your time. The microphone runner has the bucket with the door prize pieces of paper. You are giving someone... What are we giving them? The other one? Another $50.
You've been printing it, Jonathan.
I wish. Don't run away. We've got to make sure they're here. Who was it?
Thomas. Brian.
Thomas.
Oh, fix.
Inquiry. Right. Now, the next person I need to thank is a retiring board member. Not you, Carolyn. It's our retiring board member, Sean Johnson. You have been... you've been coming to board meetings for... I actually don't know how long, but it's 10 years plus, right? He thinks it's 11. Look, thank you very much. One of the things that has tended to happen over the years is that if the board has known that someone is not restanding, we've tried to actually say thank you at the end of a board meeting. That wasn't possible this time, and so the board didn't give Sean a bit of a send-off. So I'd like you all to wrap your hands together very loudly for Sean now, please. Right, Sean, your last duty as a board member is to reach into that bucket and pull out the name of a door prize recipient. Hang on, wait a second, dude, wait a second, because this is a pretty cool door prize. I believe I'm allowed to name that this door prize has been put into the mix by an individual member. Thank you, Thomas. Do you want to describe what it is, Thomas, that you threw in the mix? You suppose so?
It's a round cylindrical object. It doesn't.
And the winner can keep the cylinder. I want the contents.
It doesn't plug in, and you don't have to say, "Alexa, what's the time?"
It's a bottle.
It is a round cylinder, and if you take off the top of the cylinder, you'll find inside a slimline glass bottle.
Ooh. It's a bottle of whiskey.
It is
and
not
it is
perfume.
not empty either.
Yet.
And what happens to be in the bottle?
It is a
elixir of life.
A liquid of similar colouring to a light cup of tea.
Oh, right.
Sounds yummy.
Right. I
It
think
also has has an aroma similar to peat.
Oh.
And I will leave the rest for whoever pulls out the name. Whoever gets it, I hope you enjoy.
Thank you, Thomas. Sean, you've pulled it out.
Non-alcoholic gets it.
Putty's got it. Who's it, Putty?
It's Amanda.
Amanda is not online.
Not
You better
here.
reach in again.
Fingers
I'm
crossed.
just going to quickly say we dropped back by accident Thomas's name, so if it comes out, it's an accident. We just need to do a redraw.
Yeah, but all our guest editors yesterday couldn't have handled that. A guest guests.
It's
Putty's ready?
Hariti Phillips.
Hariti Phillips, a bottle of whiskey coming to Rotorua. People, there's a lot of work gone on, and I thank the people who have recognised the efforts made by the board, and especially Rose and the office team for conference A going ahead, B being 3 days, and C making sure as many people could get here one way or another, or get online as we could manage. Given the year, I think we've done a pretty good job, or more the point, I think Rose and friends have done a pretty good job. So, a round of applause for the Rose and all her minions, please. Now, some of those people have to do double duty because they turn around and get landed it for the weekend running microphones. I'm bound to miss someone, so forgive me, but I think over the weekend that we've had Kevin, Putty, Georgia, and Trevor. Right, so we have 4 microphone runners. So they've made a difference. So we'd thank them, please. I have to say they've had a relatively easy job this year. Because the trouble and strife is all online. Oh, they're going to wear it. Good. So I'd like to thank the techies.
I would like to encourage people not to vote for Rick
La, la,
Hoskin.
la, la. at least you've learnt how to phrase it properly. Right. Can I suggest we ought to be thanking the tech guys. They did a bit of OT yesterday. They've had their challenges and they've had their challengers. So thanks to Andy, and sorry I've missed the names of your workmates. Andy, thank you. No, right. So our sponsors do deserve a mention. When I find the list. Does anyone want to know the Wi-Fi password? Because that's what's next on my agenda. Our thanks for funding and contributions of more than just monetary value to Accessible Information and Communications, AI Comms. That would be the Clive and Mary team. Thank you. We're going to a clap for everyone at the end, or are we going to do it one by one? Looks like we're doing it one at the end. No disrespect to Clive and Mary, but they want to save up their claps for everyone.
Well, that's what I would have done.
Yeah, fair enough. Lots of money for this organisation comes by way of a grant from Blind Low Vision NZ. Intopia, these are the people in the IT field who have been doing work internationally and have occasionally dropped money into the account, sometimes with a little bit of a surprise factor about that. And we've done work with them as well. The recognition we get financially is because of the value they place on the relationship and the work that they do with us. Little Rocket, that's the people who make sure that the things go right on the web page. The Lotteries Commission, they often come to the party with money for running the everyday operations of the organisation. We have an oversight off your list. We are getting support from Microsoft in terms of the operations at National Office, and we should be seeing changes in how we do some things in the coming months as a consequence of our work with Microsoft. Optics Magazine is a new relationship. That's another way we can do some outreach. TB Digital, that's the printers who go out of their way to make sure that those of you that like to kill trees get the information you need and don't get stuck on the wrong side of that digital divide. And then the last group of people to be thanking are the Blind Citizens New Zealand members and supporters, not all of whom want to be named. So to protect the ones who don't want to be named, we treat the rest of you who do a lot the same way. So thank you very much for your efforts. Those people who went and slipped out of the room before we finished, you made a big mistake because the whiskey has been put back in the jar.
Oh, is it?
Right.
Do.
Who's got the bucket?
Oh, Paul Brown.
Who's the oldest person in the room? Thomas's whiskey or George? Fight for it, blokes.
Oh, nice.
Who are you closer
George.
to? George. George is going to draw the whiskey for someone else. Yeah.
He thought he was
I
going
hope
to
it's
get
as
the
close as
whiskey.
he gets.
Robert Greenberg.
Go.
Oh, nice.
Oh, wait a minute, is that not a bribe?
Robert, George is hoping that makes up for your disenfranchisement in Wellington. A bottle of whiskey coming to Auckland somehow.
Very nice.
Apparently, there's a condition, Robert. Apparently, you've got to come to Wellington to drink it.
I can't.
Whiskey picnic in Auckland.
I'll have a picnic with anybody who wants to join me in the park.
Can we hear from Robert instead of you people who think you have the rights on the whiskey?
Yeah, I'm just thanking everybody for the very surprising door prize and happy to share it in the park.
Good stuff. In the park.
That sounds like a good idea.
Okay. Last of all, I'm coming to John Puhara. You've got your hand up.
Johnny?
Yes, I thought. Go ahead. Are you wanting to speak, JP?
What?
Yeah.
Go ahead,
really?
Uncle John.
I'm not going to buy any more. She had a whole lot yesterday.
That's not John. That's Maria. Shh.
That's Maria talking.
Yes, we know.
JP's there too.
Hey, Whaikolero Māori.
Hello. What'd you say?
Start to speak, you Maori.
Thanks, Alan. We're recording.
Mr. Chairman.
Decorum. JP.
Chairman. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, before my friend Mr. Phillips does our karakia for our closing, I would just like to say this one of the first conferences I've been to where us as Māori have been respected by the opening of the guests that you have brought along this weekend and when they finish and their closing. Everybody that's had the opportunity to speak has said kia ora to all of us. I'm really proud of you all and proud of the way that this has happened. And that is one of the reasons why I asked good friend Vaughan to give us a hand to word that bit of business we talked about the other day, the remit. So thank you very much, everybody. And yes, thank you.
Tēnā pai.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, it's Gary in Melbourne. Sorry, I didn't put my hand up. But
Naughty Australian.
I know, terrible. Look, I wanted to say a big thank you, and I had hoped to be there, of course, but for everybody out there, I want to tell a little story which does involve our illustrious, or your illustrious president, I should say. I visited Jonathan and family about 3 times over the years. And I think Jonathan probably knows this story quite well. But the last occasion was... Yes, exactly right. It was Anzac Day. I think it must be now 5 years. Is it 5 years ago? It would have to be. Jonathan's mother had said to me, I was visiting a cousin, but I dropped in to see Jonathan, and we ended up, as we usually do, till all hours of the morning drinking whiskey. And she'd asked me if I'd come at 8:30 and help corral everybody to the cenotaph. Is it?
That's right.
The Palmerston cenotaph. And the first thing I said, 8:30. Anyway, we got there. I got there, and off we went. And we were sitting because Jonathan's dad was a veteran. We were sitting in the sort of front part with a lot of the dignitaries and a few of the old soldiers. And at one point during the ceremony, they said, "And now we're going to have a fly past of the New Zealand Air Force." And this clapped out plane flew over. I don't know what it was, a Skyhawk, a DC-3,
it was a Spitfire.
whatever it was. A
Spitfire,
Spitfire,
old
was it?
Spitfire. Absolutely.
Okay. And I made the remark quite loudly, is that the best the New Zealand Air Force has got? And suddenly received a nudge from my right, and Jonathan saying to me, "You realise the guy on my right is what was he?
He was the guest speaker for the for the session on behalf of all the armed forces of New Zealand. He was the camp
right.
he was the camp commandant of Haakea Air Force Base.
That's
and I have to say, I probably should have told Gary at the time that he was laughing harder than I was.
Okay, but it's look. The other thing I'd like to just say is it's been great to just connect as usual. Being an expat and knowing so many people in the room and having met so many people afterwards. I said this last night in a private Zoom we were having. For me, it's like an insider who's outside looking back in again. And it's so great just to reconnect on so many occasions. But and I've met so many people, in modern times, because it was actually Jonathan Mosen who said to me once years ago, "Come to one of our conferences." And I said, "Oh, what do I want to come to your conference for. He was president at the time, of course. I think he wanted just to hear me speak. He wanted me to hear him, talk, I guess. But it was a great conference, and it helped me to connect to quite a few people at that time too. And Rose, I really have to thank you so much, because every time I have come over, you've always been able to accommodate me, look after my whims, as I've often said before. And my most enduring memory of you in recent times was at the last conference I was at, which was also at the Brentwood. I was with Martine, I think Maria Stevens, and Shah, and we were sitting in a room, and suddenly I noticed that Weston had gone missing. And a door was open to the outside, and I went running around the hotel trying to find him. And when I came back, Rose said, "What's wrong?" I said, "He's Weston's done a bunk." And Rose got into her car, and I think you found him with a puppy walker or something, didn't you? Was that the story? So, I found that another bit of amusement. But look, again, thank you all so much. I've really enjoyed this. And hopefully, hopefully at some stage I'll get back there for a real room conference. But this has worked very well. It has worked very well.
You squealer, you can keep quiet now.
Yes, I can be quiet now.
Any more war stories that are trying to embarrass me or Martine? Oh, sorry, he's on mute.
Oh, I could take myself off mute.
No, you can save it for later. All right, people, it is time we drew to a close. A safe journey if you aren't completely clear of how you are getting home, and I hope on Zoom you do know.
Yes, I hope so.
You walk across the other side of the house. If you don't know how you're getting home, then please look for someone. There is no panic. Lunch is in the restaurant. We will find you if you don't find us. Right.
If a good conference, Jonathan.
Excellent conference.
Oh, hey, it's time for the closing karakia, and I don't know if I'm going to get treated to another waiata, but that'd be pretty cool. I'm not going to ask for it.
I thought you were going to sing one.
No.
Beg, Jonathan, beg.
Beg what? I don't beg. These people don't need that much encouragement. Doug wants to say something before we go to the karakia. The karakia is the last word, so you better get in quick, Douglas.
Got it on my deck.
Just wait, please, Daniel. I think Douglas is trying to say something.
Yeah, well, thank you very much indeed. As a past president, I know how exhausting it is to run a conference, and so I think we should all thank Jonathan for his work.
Nice one, Jonathan.
Yeah, well done.
Yeah.
Actually, I was going to leave that to God.
Thank you. Daniel, it's yours.
Yeah, I'm going to hand the mic to the girls, and they're going to sing Whakaari of Mai. Join in, people. By the time 2025 comes, every person in this hall should know this song. E pā manaki e mai mātou I tēnei hui tēnei rā. Ko mutu nei tēnei hui ki a mātou. Checking mai o mātou whānau e tāmaki. Kia koe hoki e Clive e mahi maina. Me koe hoki e te wai e noho nei runga I te puari o tēnei komiti. Manaki inga mai ko ke pēhata o mātou hea mana. Ka ia e hoki te maha, te ihi me te maha, me te mana. Manaki inga mai hoki a puti, a kaiwaiata. Just in English a little bit, people. Women in on the marae is the first voice you hear and the last you hear. He's taking my tongue away. Manaki mai ngā mea e haere nei runga I ngā huarahi o tēnei taone. Manaki inga mai hoki mau ko taku huaranga tira. Ko hoki mau ki tō mau ka ngā popo. Manaki inga mai hoki tō mātou rangatira I roto I a Rotorua. Ia John. Ako tana hoa Melanie. Manaki inga mai e rā ko noa atia ko nohea. Mihi atu tēnei kā koe Chrissy I tō mahi roto I te Revolution or Revelation board I haran. And I say these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Conference closed.
Well done.
Kia ora, people.